Good evening, everybody. We are absolutely going to be having ourselves a very long night. So, I wonder we're doing a Friday cast this week. I simply will not be there. I am going to be away having a short mini holiday. So, these next two casts, I'm going to make a little bit special for you guys. We had a tournament for the Open Qualifier for a tournament over the weekend. It's a fall invitational which a bunch of people have been asked to participate in. They've done well in previous tournaments throughout the year and have requested to join, and then there was an open tourney for fill up the numbers to see who else proves themselves worthy of coming in, and that's what we are going to cast over the next two items. So we have 20 games lined up tonight. I kid you not, I have looked at the numbers. 20 games are planned. So just to have a quick, maybe not so quick, just how do these work? Well, we have two brackets for the tournament. We have a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. Now the way this works is everybody starts off in the winner's bracket. They'll play a game. If they lose from the winner's bracket, they drop into the loser's bracket while the winner proceeds to the next round. The losers all get to play off against each other. If you lose in the loser's bracket, you are out of the knockout. But if you win, you carry on playing. And if you get right to the end of the loser's bracket and you have won, you actually get to play against the winner of the winner's bracket. So losing one game does not necessarily mean you're out of the tournament. But if you lose two, you definitely are. Now then, to start off, these are all best of one matches, so there's no best of three, no first to two kind of bollocks for the first. These are the first 3 rounds of the games, and it is all just best of one. So first game in, first game wins. That's what we're doing. So I have a lot to go. I have not watched any of these replays. Not a single one. I just want to stress that. If they have a desync, I don't know. If somebody's AFK for the entire thing, I don't know. If the replay goes on for 8 minutes or 80, I don't know. So that's pretty much all I've got to say. 20 games, unknown length, unknown winners. We have 2 brackets of people I'm going to go into, and well, we're going to start with the winner bracket, because there's nobody in the losing bracket just yet, because people have to lose to get in there. And I will be taking pauses all across the evening to have myself a drink, but yes, 20 games, we are good to go. So, game 1, let's get it on. Click that play button of the replay, and oh, come on. Yep, there we go, launching up. Right, folks, game 1 of 20. Going to be a long night. Here we go. First game of the Open Invitational Open Qualifiers. It is No One Cares versus Matchery. Now, I have it on good authority that this is the fake Matchery. It's not the real Matchery. And his actually Depony. So anyway, fake Matchery, Depony, is up here. He's here from He's Gone Purple. He's opening himself up first land. And his opponent today is going to be No One Cares. Well, we kind of care. We're here. We're watching you. We care. But anyway, he is Aeon and he is in the Snot Green. And he's also going through saying, just so you notice, there's no hydro on this map, which is Williamson's Bridge, a very small 5x5 kilometer map. So these guys have to build their own power, and that's exactly what they do. They don't go for mechs first. They go for power first, and the first engineer that comes out will build the first mass extractor. Then the commander will wander off and do some more. There we go, just like that. We have a look up here, and a similar thing going on, but only one PGN put up for Metri, and then he is going out. So he isn't using this for the adjacency. We'll see if that actually works out for him. Okay. So down here we see no one cares. He's still losing a wee bit of power, but he's got these guys going up for a bit of reclaim, grab some rocks, grab some power, he'd be good. Metri is going down on the power a wee bit more because he only built the one PGN, but he's not building with his commander at the moment. His commander is actually on the walk. He's heading out fast expansion out to the side to keep things going. Grabs himself a scout over this way. He wants to keep an eye on any units that might be coming in this direction because of course his commander's over here, and he's going to be a little busy building stuff and trying to hold this side entirely. So a bit of aggressive expansion with the com. While you see over here no one cares is keeping his in the base for that extra bit of build power, wanting to get a bit of a faster start, and he kinda has. Up here we see it is Flare versus Selene, and the Selene loses out horribly. Maybe gets 1 or 2 shots landed on the Flare, but not enough to make a difference. There is a Tham coming along, but it's going to miss the Flare, which rides on by. Going to come over this way and protect these reclaim, just searching for some easy redirect there, going up the back, looking to grab some others, but Matri's com is walking on down, balls out, going straight in for things and relying on building more build power in his base. He is going to have some issues though if he cannot catch up in eco. Obviously very strong to have your com out towards the front, going to be very hard to dislodge with T1 units, so he has no backup, so he has to be a little careful. Right around the back of his base you can see there's another Flare and another Sling going to have a go at that thing. Wants to keep his distance. If he gets too close the Flare is going to win out because the Flare has much more damage potential, but Hills being annoying. There's a few shots landed on. There is a Tham coming over to assist. A couple of shots from that should take it out, but the Flare Selene goes down. The Flare now has 2 kills to his name, although with Tham in residence he's not going to get much more done. There's the shots, another one, and he'll be dead. Over here we see that there's Metri with his com right on up, taking out a mass extractor, and really right now there's not enough on the ground for no one cares to do anything about it. Not have enough units, but he knows since Metri's com is there, what's he going to do? Well, he's going to walk his com right up the middle, because why not? Now we see this Flare up here has been extra annoying, killed another engineer. Most irritating for Metri. And right about now, no one cares, realizes that Metri's com is right here, right up in his face. And he goes, oh, hi. Sudden realization. There is still a Flare up here that got himself a single engineer kill. Probably wants a bit of radar to say hello to that, but now we have air coming out. And Metri realizes that he probably can't hang around there much too longer. He will soon be put up to by Commander Plus units. Having a bad time from that. So Flare has moved up again, looking for more little engineer targets. There is this one up here which he could have grabbed, but attention is obviously focused elsewhere at this time. Commander and a couple of units down here, enough to just make Metri Depony. It's not Metri, it's fake Metri. Though people have a Tham in the back of no one cares base. He's got himself 4 kills so far, so he's done more work than those 2 players combined. And he's had a great old time. Up here we can see Metri's just, I keep saying Metri, but it's Depony. I'm going to forget that every single fucking time. Depony is looking for more targets with his comms. Got some support with a Slim with a bit of radar. Down the middle, another couple of Thams to be a bit distracting. Perhaps I can kill off a couple of engineers, perhaps, but running into a few Auroras isn't going to do great for them. In fact, 4 Auroras and they get turned into chunky bits of metal very quickly. Naturally moved up with his comm, took out a mass extractor, but there is an engineer in the residence to rebuild it, and he's actually putting up a radar, so he'll have plenty of intel. Naturally about to get caught out perhaps, and there we have, no one cares right beside him, so I don't think he wants to hang around there too much longer, because Auroras of course have more range than him. And in fact he does start to drop back. How's the echo? Well, Matry's actually ahead a little bit, so he, despite everything else, he's done quite well. Flare up here, gets forgotten about and dies. Almost takes out but does take out a mass extractor. So that puts a bit of a damper here, but everything's going on over the side. The two comms are in close proximity to each other, and the question is, who's going to win out between these? We see we have another Aurora over here about to pick off another mass extractor. So Eco's going to drop back down to being even, and a bomber coming out. There was some anti-air, but that's not going to help you when you don't have any inties. He's going to want some air pretty darn quickly, because that bomb is going to be an annoyance. There's the bomb. And yeah, get some AA or an air factory or something. You're not going to have a great time there. You'll get caught by a bunch of units, you'll get picked off by a bomber, and you have a commander coming on the intercept. So not good for Matry just at the moment, especially if these guys all push up. Question, what's going to come out? Any air yet? Nope, this is still just land central. He definitely wants to get a anti-air out though to take care of that bomber, but now we have more comm on comm action. There's Matry on, no one cares, but Matry is surrounded by units coming in as well. A bunch of flares which can push out the damage, and a bomber overhead, so that's not looking great for Matry right at the moment. Looks like no one cares, trying to build a factory in the way to stop Matry's run, but that's not the best placement. He's just going to wander past that, and supporting units are coming in. Still no anti-air though. This is all anti-ground. We have Zuis, we have Dams. That's a stronger ground force than what no one cares has, but no one cares is pushing up the middle with some Auroras of his own. Of course, that bomb is still flying around overhead and really wants at least 1 or 2 bits of AA. There's some more coming out there to take care of that. But on this side, we see Matry is doing fine for his comm, and no one cares needs to think about not sitting still, because now he's going to be under pressure. But we can see that Matry's base is under pressure. Those bombers have kept on flying over. They are starting to do some good work on the ground here. There is some anti-air around which is helping to pick them out, but on the right, how's this looking? Well, no one cares is in desperate trouble. He has to keep walking back, and he's taking Zui fire to the face, and he is going to go down. Matry, first game of the match, but sneaks it out from no one cares down to the room himself after the explosion. But that is game 1 of the night. Goes the way of fake Matry. Deponi gets a win over no one cares. Congrats to him. Alright, round 2. Let me grab the replay number. I have this giant spreadsheet. These games and all these replays. Just waiting for the replay to load, and we will head on to the next bout, and this is going to go down between 2 guys I haven't actually seen before, and their names are Riot and Javi. Javi, however he pronounces it, I do not know. It is by text, but it is Riot versus Javi. That's how I'm going to call it. Soft J sounds better than the hard J, but anyhow, let's see how these guys are going to go. Details right up the top here. This is Riot. I'm going to call, he is going UEF. He's in bright blue, opening first land and 2 pigeons. And of course, as mentioned before, his opponents are Javi, and Javi is Seraphim in Cyan. He's opening first land and then a pair of pigeons. Who would have thought? So back on the same map. So this is round 1 of the winning bracket, so they're all going to be on the same map. Williamson's Bridge, we have a few on this. The next round will be in other maps, but for now, this is what we have. Alrighty. So same plan down here. We have another land factory, 2 pigeons, land factory, 2 pigeons. So that seems to be a common theme. 1 land factory, 1 mass extractor, 2 pigeons to run it. Down here we have a similar thing going on. More pigeons, factories by mass extractors for adjacency. more opinions to keep things up. So these two guys, very similar builds, of course. First engineers out. First ones grab the mass extractor, then they bugger off to get some reclaim. Bit of main of reclaim orders over there. Get the trees, get the mechs, and then grab all the reclaim. So you'll notice the move order outside these, because these are tree clumps rather than individual trees. Each of these is worth, as a clump, 100 power and some mass. Very important to reclaim them before you walk through, because if you roll through the trees with your units, see if we can find some examples. Nope, same thing here. You could knock over a single tree or two moving through them, and that actually breaks the clump and turns them into individual trees, and then they're no longer worth 100 power and some mass. They are worth just... Watch, let's see if you knock over this tree. Oh, just managed to skim it, but then doesn't grab the reclaim. Maybe he did break the clump. Either way, you don't want to break the clumps. Picking out of the side, the second factory is just about up for right, and we have the second factory completing for Javi at the same time, so fairly even on the buildings there, but have a look at the ground, and I'm going to tank with a snoop, and then just a single snoop out this way. So for a bad time should you run into a Celine with a Tham. But up this side, these guys could pick up an expanding engineer, which would be terrible for Javi. Nothing else in the region to do that. If he knocks him off, he'll be dead, but this snoop down here is going to have an awful time trying to attack on that. Maybe if you stay out of range, he'll be fine. There we go, this NG is going to be picked up and popped quite easily. So our first blood goes to Javi. He does kill off a Salam, but he's the first one to lose an NG down here to these roaming band, and Tham comes out a little too late to defend, picks up the snoop, but the striker gets away full of health. And Ramas. Down on the bottom, another striker coming in from Riot. He's also got his comm in the area, so that's going to, well, the Salim makes a difference down here. Manages to pop some damage down onto the strike, which means he's going to pop any second now. I'm not going to get all the damage down onto the Tham, although that is still a one shot for the commander should he happen to wander in range. Got some more units up here, a couple of Slings, a couple of Thams, tucking right in onto the eco. Sorry, the reclaim. Interesting little decision, but it's going to help them because the initial long shots from the Slings don't do much. Dropping back as a group, or trying to drop back as a group, not going to get a huge lot done, but they managed to pick up one of the Thams and the Celine for no losses, although they are quite damaged, especially that guy, down to 36. Moving on back up, they decided they want to try and protect this poor fella, who's going to have a terrible time unless he can pick up that rock. He's on a patrol. No, he's not getting the rock. Instead, he's going to get a shot to the face from a couple of Thams, and that's one dead NG. Alright, down here though, got a counter push kind of thing from Riot. He's hit a couple of units down here. They're going to grab this NG and the mass extractor. Unfortunate for him, and commanders are in close proximity to one another. Up here again, we see these units have pushed up, tried to clear out the Thams, but misses that guy. He gets away on 52 health. He'll be fine. Had some radar, so he knew it was coming, but he knew this was coming too. Wanted to fall back, but now radar in the middle from Javi, so he's got some good coverage there. Just have a look how much he sees. That's a lot of intel. It is only a 5k map, so that helps him out a lot. And now it is commander on command direction down on the bottom. These two guys having a good go at each other. And not too many units either way. Looks like Riot is pulling up some of his. Javi is dropping back maybe to get closer to his reinforcements down here, which he's going to need because there's reinforcements coming in from Riot, so it's looking like it's going to go a bit of both ways. 8,300 for Javi and 8,700, so health is a bit too close to count. They really do need to care for that and wander a bit back and see the forces now building up behind them. Even scrap going on over here perhaps, although Riot's a little more paying attention, decides to drop back. He's got a radar going up of his own. Engineer and Residence wants to go the other way. Well, these guys have been pulled back. Perhaps they're planning to come over this way to try and help out his commander, who kind of needs it, although there is this larger force here, which Riot immediately turns and starts shooting on, so neither of these comms are upgraded either. Does either of them have overcharge? Well, I don't see. These are all just straight out PGens. And Riot's in a little bit of trouble here. His commander is kind of isolated and trying to take out Eunice, as is Javi, but Now, Riot has run out of units, or he's got more coming, and still he's down in health though by about 1,000. Still keeps falling back, and he's going to pick up a bunch of units. Don't think it's enough to get a rank of veterancy off, he's only halfway there. Well, Javi comes up with his comm as well. So Riot dropping down, he's going to be the first to drop under 5,000, while Javi is still at 6.5, and now he can start shooting away. And this is a wee bit cautious for Riot, although Javi's forgotten to keep moving his units up, and this has given Riot the opportunity to knock down some damage onto Javi without reply, though 3,500 health for Riot is not looking great. Though you got to remember you need 2,500 health to survive, which Javi simply doesn't. He does have at this stage, but that's a lot of units coming in from Riot, and there's units coming in from Javi, but more units from Riot much closer. It's all going to go down on here. That was an overcharge from Javi, so Javi did give himself access to overcharge, and he's trying to kill off Riot before he goes too low, but it's too late. Both under 2,500. If one dies, they both die. This is going to be a draw. We're about to see Javi drop out. Just like that. So what happens when there's a draw? Well, they play again. That's right. Same map, same players. Go again. They'll just load up the next battle and see how they're going to get on this time. See if they're going to choose the same faction. Will they change up? Will they do different tactics? All the questions you ask when you're playing a 20 game. Right then, so we have had a slight change. See, we can see that Riot has swapped up to Seraphim. And it's also a different colour, so he's red now. So he's red Seraphim, same opening, land factory, 2 pigeons, and of course Javi, as we said, same faction. He's still Seraphim, he's still Siren, and land factory, 2 pigeons. 4 pigeons, then land factory. Looks like he's probably going to grab all the mass extractors with his engineers, so commander to build up the initial factory set and power, and going to use engineers to do the rest. Although he has queued up mass extractors, I think. Okay, he has. So it is at there, he's going to move the commander up this way, grab the mass extractor, and carry on building all of this. So, right, first engineer out, we imagine we're going to see that wander up this way, grab this little bit of reclaim, just to help boost their starting economy, which you really want to do all the time. See kind of the opposite here with Riot, his factory to power, and then engineer builds the first mix, second mix going up by the comm, then into factory pigeon, and then back down here for mix, factory pigeon. Oh no, he's going straight for the mixes first, then doing the build. Okay, so you get his eco up a little bit quicker than Javi. Javi has a couple of scouts out though, and you see the slight difference it makes. Fourth mix up for Riot, and he's onto his 3rd pigeon, whereas over here we see Javi has just finishing his 3rd pigeon, and he has 2 mixes. So I would say his start is probably not quite as efficient as Riot's start. Has got a couple of combat units out. Engineers are a little bit ahead. Maybe. But either way, these Selines are rocking on over, and they want to find some engineers to kill, which they could very well do. This guy's kind of exposed, and he'll be a reasonable target. Up here we can see, oh, Riot has changed his mind. Built 3 pigeons and is grabbing a land factory right there. And we have a second land factory going out for Javi, and we have a dead engineer. Gonna survive. If he can get over the crest of the hill, maybe he'll live, but oh no, that hill goes the wrong way. Dead Engie. And we have a counter Celine coming over his way. Up here we have a Tham out, so this Celine's not going to get any damage done, but this guy, he got his kill. He's going to be half man, going to sit there, going to cloak up. There we go. So hold fire, cloak up, and hide on the mass extractor so an engineer can't build it. As you do. Alright, another cloak Celine up there, but it gets spotted by this Celine. These ain't going to last. Keep shooting. Did he just cloak in time? I think he just cloaked in time. Almost died. Very close. Doesn't quite make it. Alright, down here, this guy's going to get spotted because Mr. Commander has an Omni sensor. On his comm, cloak or no, gonna say hi, gonna say bye. Boom. There we go. Best kill for the comm. Ta-da! Right, so Javi will be aware that's where Riot's comm has gone. He's going to check off in that direction with his own. So this top section is going to be unit based as to who can actually get the most done. A couple of them sitting here in residence, they're going to drop back a little bit. Don't quite want to get caught out by 3 opposing units, however they got reinforcements on the way. These guys want to be a bit careful and not really just throw away their lives as such, and that's interesting. Grab an energy up this way, bit safer on the reclaim of those rocks, and then you're going to be able to have to move around though to get the rest. Definitely a larger force down here, but having said that, there are units down here from Riot being annoying, and of course his comm is in the area as well. So he's being a little bit more aggressive with his commander again, compared to Javi, who is just getting his out. Right, let's have a look at the production. Just saw a 5th factory finished off for Riot, whilst down here we also have 5 for Javi. I think indeed we just finished that one. Okay, Tham pushing up the middle. Going to run into another Tham. Unfortunately, I imagine he was hoping to pick off an engineer. Not going to get it done. Instead, it's going to be Tham on Tham action, and this guy's going to win owing to getting the first shot. 24 health, not a lot left. Okay, up on the top though, we have a generous amount of Thams from Javi, but there are a lot of reinforcements coming out for Riot. If he can just hold that area, he'll be okay. He can keep his eco alive. And down here we have good old comm on comm action once again. And is it going to end up the same as last time? Are these two guys just simply going to slug it out as much as possible and have these units be the actual difference in damage done? Well, right now Javi has fewer units, Riot has more, and Riot wanted to get this max extractor but just couldn't quite, on account of Javi putting pressure on. Up the top we have more fighting. Units are in a nice, good firing line from Javi actually, doing better, but too spread out. So that could be, if he's not careful, Riot could lose these guys to a better formation over here. Neither side has Zoes, it's all Thams, and this is not looking good for Javi. I think he's been caught out here. It's now getting picked on by units down into the yellow 7,500. Right up 8-3, but there are some Zoes in the mix from Javi. Could that be the undoing there? Still a close thing, hard to tell on that front, although Riot is looking better. Does pull his units back this way, puts up a bit more of a firing line. If he can get this sorted, he'll be okay. Down here though, under 6,000 for Javi, and still over 7, or actually just dubs under 7 goes Riot. Riot needs to be careful. But his units may be a little bit far back, and there are some Zoos which we know can tank the damage out if you do not dodge the shells. Up the top, we'll have a look. Well, these guys have managed to wipe out that one particular mass extractor. But right now, all the rest of the units seem to be going this way, and Riot is down to 5,500. Same as Javi though, so still keeping it fairly even. A couple of Zoe shells will land down and shed a little bit more health off Riot. And he's got more units up the top to shoo away these guys. A single mass extractor about to be reclaimed. Captured? Maybe reclaimed. Nope, captured. Why not? Same faction. It's all good. Down here, Zoes are in the mix, so... And actually not so good. Riot is abandoned this literary mass field to Javi, so Javi gets a little bit more extra eco out of that. That is going to help him pop out a few more units a little bit quicker, although looking at the income is fairly even. Checking out the reclaim, still fairly even. It's a very even game. Bit of back and forth, and we see up here units are coming in from Riot. His comm is here, ready to defend, but Zoes will be a problem. Exits from those, that's going to hurt, although we do see Zoes in the mix from right now as well. So, bit of Zoe action from both sides, and Zoes up the top here could be the difference. They have the longer range, they will lob some shells out as long as they don't go too far. Start knocking off these guys at range is going to be a problem. So they don't want to get caught sitting still like this. That's exactly what Riot has done. He's managed to get a couple of shells out just to be annoying with the Zoes. and that is going to shoo these guys back. Chase with the Zoes? Yeah, okay, but too far from these supporting forces. These guys turn around, they can mow them down in an instant. Down here a lot more. Okay, tank count. We have 57 tanks and 15 Zoes for Riot. We have 54 tanks and I saw 10 Zoes for the moment, so more on the ground for Riot than there is for Javi. And the question is, who is going to die off first? The question is, going to be another draw. Javi's down to the red very quickly. Riot is still at 4,000. If Javi dies, Riot is safe. Just gets a rank of Verity right at the end of it. But Javi is taken out by Riot. Riot moves through into the winners bracket, while Javi drops into the losers. Interesting little formation. Doesn't do so well against the push, but it's interesting pushing. Javi says how, well, he had his units more clumped and focused down your comm. That's how. That's how. Anyway, in the interest of moving on, we should go on to the third round, as we have so many to get through. Alright, we know what's coming. We know exactly what's coming. It is Williamson's Bridge once more. There we go. Contenders this time though, we have up here on the top, it is Demon Streamer. That's a name that rolls so easily off the tongue. Demon Streamer, love it. Anyway, he's Aeon, he is life blue, and his opponent today is Tom Ruler. Tom Ruler is also Aeon, he's going grey. And we see the classic opening of a land factory, followed by nothing. He's not giving away his plans just yet. But over here we see the streamer is doing a factory to Pigeon. Why not have the adjacency? I don't know. However, he's decided not to. For that one Pigeon, I'd move it up there at least, if you can reach and do that. And engineers out to grab the mass extractors. Alrighty, down here we have, well, two Pigeons not even going for adjacency. A curious decision on a 5x5 map. You do want to think about adjacency. You're not really. Ooh, walking is bad. Yeah, it's right, he noticed the walk and stopped it. But on a 5x5 map, you want to think about adjacency because your chances of upgrading are pretty damn slim. I think this may not be best option. So if we have a look here, just for example, no adjacency on that, uses 4 mass and 20 energy per tick to build an engineer. If we have a look at this one up here, it is using, well, once this is built, let's see what it takes. Once that's built and it's good over there, this is a flare. Can't even use it as a comparison. Rude. Stop the flare, build an engine, would you? So rude. Another flare? Nope, scout. Never mind. But anyway, this one's at -4, -20 for an engineer. If you built an engineer out of this, it would say -3 or -19 per tick. So he's saving eco by having that adjacency bonus, and in a smaller map, that can mean the difference between an extra tank or two. Really incredibly useful to have that early adjacency. Yes, later on, when you've upgraded to like T2 mixes and stuff like that, and you want to put surrounded by mass storage to give that extra bonus income, yes, then it could be more useful. But right now, on a 5x5 map, when it's going to be T1 spam, you kinda want to have that adjacency, especially the power. There's no reason not to have power adjacency at this point. Up here we can see that Demon Streamer is most of the way through, 2-3/4 of the way through second factory, a little bit ahead of Tom Ruler. That might be an air factory planned, perhaps. Not a lot of people build air on this. By the time you do, Spirit having a tickle attack on an engineer there, engineer is going to survive, is going to get away quite happily. Down here we have a dead Spirit to an Aurora. A flare, I think that was a Spirit actually, picked up with that. Anyhow, bottom here, small raid from Demon Streamer, he's got a flare coming through. It's got, this engineer is just being chased down by a Spirit. Nope, the Spirit stopped. They're up here though, going NG hunting, not finding much. Alright, that is an air factory. In fact, it's 2 air factories, so Tom is deciding to go air heavy. An interesting choice. see if that pays off for him, because we saw the previous 2 games and those guys both went very T1 lane spam. There was a couple of bombs out in one of the early games, but they didn't get a lot done. They could have, but some anti-air cleaned those guys up pretty quickly, and while they did a bit of damage, they didn't do enough. But Tom is going air. It's a second air factory. Very brave. Will it pay off? There is an air factory planned up here for Demon though, so he's going to have 3 land factories, all of these 3 with adjacency, so it's going to be cheaper to build units. Get down here, we only have 2 land factories in total. Is that another land factory? Yes it is. But, yeah, he's going to need to be careful. Getting a bit of pressure from all angles, and we can see the expanding has gone much better for Demon Streamer. His comms out here, and that's a point defense. Not an awful idea as long as your opponent doesn't build artillery. Single T1 ARD can ruin that day, but have a look at the units bunching up here. Yeah, half of them are scouts, but you need scouts when you're Aeon, because you want to have that range for your Auroras, and yeah, the Engine's going to have a bad time. Starts popping up a mix, but no. He's going to get caught by the Auroras, going to have an absolutely ruined day, and he'd be dead. Alright, got a small force pushing up the middle here though. There's a counter-defensive force from Demon, so they may not get a lot done, especially if they don't have radar. You're going to want to have radar. 100%. And first scout out with an interceptor. We're going to see bombers. Well, we are. And if he sends that bomber over the base here, he might be able to get stuff done. Take out the power, and if you cripple the power of your opponent, you don't have power, you can't run your mass extractors, because you see there they need, down the bottom left here, it needs 2 power to run. No power, no mass. And that's a huge force up the top. Absolutely much larger, could actually push down and cause a whole host of damage, and we see that Tom Ruler is actually wandering up the middle with his comm as well, so he feels the push up here has paid dividends, even though his units are now going to get absolutely obliterated because no radar. So they have to try and get in range to do any kind of damage, and they don't. Bomber is out. Interceptors are coming over. We do have anti-air on the ground though, so Demon has not, maybe he's aware of it, maybe he's just thinking ahead, maybe it's part of his usual build, but he does have some anti-air. If it can get the job done, it'll be great. But now we have more bombers. Away. This guy comes out, takes out 3 guys with 1 hit, but then runs into range of this thistle. It's approximately half his health in 1 pass. Going to get another bomb away, but I don't know if we'll get much more, owing to the fact that there is... Down he goes. That has killed 7 units, so as far as 1 bomber goes, wasn't an awful shout, but we have another thistle up here. This is an interesting push from Tom Ruler. He has gone straight up the guts and is causing problems for Demon, who's throwing a factory down there. So he's finished off point defense and he's throwing down a factory, but I don't think that's going to be his issue. Mind it is in resistance, you kind of want to keep away from that, keep your Auroras at range, and you can do some good stuff with that. As long as they stay at plinky range and do damage from afar, then the commander's in for a bad time. It is a large number of units, so Tom needs to be a little careful. He has got overcharge, but in come the bombs with a couple of bombs, and they knock off a bunch of enemies. 2 kills on that guy missed with his payload, but they circle back around. Again, anti-air in the mix, and it's going to cause problems. Another couple of bombs away, another few units dead. 5 for him, 1 for him, but they are going to get knocked out of the sky by the anti-air, so not being quite as effective as they thought. However, commander plus units, yep, it's going to be a tough one, and Demon kind of needs to think about sending his comm back maybe to help defend, or is he going to rely on units to hold the line? Well, he's got enough of them. Bomber is still flying over, but now that there's no air at all, that means Tom can just switch up to full-on bomber production, which he has done. Nothing but bombers, and that could be a problem. You might have some ground, but Oh, you really want going to have to sort some anti-air into your mix, and that is going to reduce the amount of ground firepower which he desperately needs right now. Point defense going up for Tom right at the opening of Demon's base. That's going to be a problem. As long as he can keep radar nearby, it's going to be able to obliterate a whole lot of things. Keep it alive long enough to finish, and it will do painful amounts of damage to Auroras, which are of course weak. Down here though, we see Demon Streamer is now under bomber fire, and they are just focusing down. Has no response to this. Could start building AA out of here, which I think that's an anti-air unit. He's 100% going to need it. Engineer has been tickled down so slowly by a single spirit. He's having fun. If he can get a kill, he'll be a happy man. But now we have some AA on the ground for Demon. He should be okay. But up here, Tom Ruler has been pushed right back, and Demon as well surrounded him. Absolutely units all over. Com is, well, curious decision, walks away from his reinforcements, but down here, well, I don't know what Demon's doing. Car. I want to see that spirit get a kill. I want to see the NG die to the spirit. I want to see it sit there for so long. Engineer dies. Come on. Couple more shots. Stay away, Com. Stay away. Bombers are getting sniped out of the air by the thistles. And a kill. Huzzah! Congrats, little guy. You got one kill. And you got a rank of Confederacy. Congrats, little spirit. Up here on the mid table, we see Tom Ruler is down to 3,000 hit points. So he has been pushed back fiercely by the units from Demon. And he's got to be actually really careful because Aurora's, of course, outrange commander. And while we've been watching that little guy, now he's got trouble. Bombers are coming over again, but now there's a whole bunch of anti here on the ground, and Tom just may have extended himself a wee bit too much. Although he has got overcharge, he doesn't have gun range, which means the Auroras can shoot him from distance, and there's more coming in all the time, and a bomber from Demon himself as well. So now, oh dear, Tom, I think you have chosen the wrong choice here, my friend. We'll go get a rank of Confederacy, which helps him a huge amount. Bomber comes over top again, and he doesn't have any of his own. Where are his interceptors? Well, they probably died off. Tight air. Yeah, 2,500 health though. He's okay, and he has reinforcements behind him, so he should be alright for now, as long as he can get away. Though, Wars are faster, and actually Demon has come back with his com, and he's stomping up the middle now, so Tom has to be in full retreat. Bombers overhead. What has happened to his air? Well, I don't think he has any left, and getting stuck on his own unit lets him get in range of all those Auroras, and now he takes some more damage. Though of course he can knock a few more off, maybe get another rank of Confederacy. He's got his own units in defensive, but he cannot hang around because of Demon's commander. More bombers overhead from Demon, so he's actually using Tom's tactic. I guess he has a whole bunch of bombers down here. I don't know why he doesn't bring these over. He really should be using them to start doing some damage on Demon Streamer's com. Look at that, Tom's down to 1100 health, doesn't want to stop. He can't afford to stop. Bombers overhead are going to be a nightmare. Count a couple of bombs away, down to 900 health. He is absolutely in full retreat and relying on units to keep him alive. Is this bomber coming around though? Going to get another bomb away. Down to 900 health again. Right here. Now, this entire middle mass field, there's a whole lot of it here. A couple of thousand mass just sitting here waiting to be reclaimed. That is going to help out Demon a huge amount. So Tom almost had it. He almost had a lock on the front of Demon's base. Couldn't quite finish the point defense he was trying to build up. And unfortunately, that is what she wrote. Now his bombers, while they're around, we see that Demon has got himself into the air game as well. And T2, not the greatest plan, I don't think. I think range would be your friend. Get a ranged gun upgrade, and you'll be able to start killing things at a distance, including commanders. But so much mass going to Demon's coffers. Let's have a look at what's doing on the reclaim. Well, howdy, hello. Almost twice the reclaim. That has actually got him ahead on the eco counts. So Tom going for T2. Again, I don't think that's the right call, but we shall see. He's grabbing reclaim zone down here. I've got a few units, got his own NG, picking up the mass extractors. And up here we see it's a bit of an NG on, oh no, there's a spirit. Of course it's a spirit, but that is fine. Units in the middle, T2 upgrade trying to get completed for Tom. It will give him a boost in health, so it's not an awful idea. Get his health up, but he won't be able to do much else with it. Probably doesn't have the eco, but he has 21 income. He will maybe have the eco to throw down a point of defense. A single T2 PD here will help hold this for a long time. Be able to kill units at will, trying to come through, especially with some reinforcements. Right, up on the left though, we see there was a push in from Tom trying to do a little bit of damage. They kill off an engineer, so they'll stop that being built, but a larger swarm of units are going to wipe those guys out. T2 almost done for Tom. Yeah, we'll just check the health. It goes from 3,700 to 6,000. So that's a good bump up on the health thing. And now he can consider pushing again, although we see a gun upgrade on the way for Demon. So maybe the better idea, if he can get that range upgrade done, he can start killing off units at will. Whereas Tom has to rely on being able to move and hold a position. If he has some mess in the bank, he could throw down a T2 PD. Well, he does, and he should right now throw down an Oblivion turret right here. Do it now before things get out of hand, and while you have the mass to spend. Because you got these guys coming, you're going to have to redirect some forces to stop that. He's looking a little bit under the pressure right now. 14 minutes in, this has gone twice as long as any other game on this map. Still not building, and he's about to start wasting mass. Oh dear, oh dear, not the right move. And gun upgrade is still on the way for Demon, about 40% done, but he's got energy assistance on him now. And let's just have a look. Well, yeah, he's okay, but he gets that done, and he has overcharge. In fact, it's gone up a lot quicker now that he's got assistance. Oh dear, you still haven't built that. And now it's speed as well. This is bad news for Tom. Absolutely bad news for Tom. This finishes off, and Demon is going to absolutely obliterate him and his army with the most dangerous comm. T1 PD goes down, but you want T2. Buzzer. That should be your warning. You should see that happening and go, oh dear. There's the T2 PD. Maybe it's a bit too late though, because the gun upgrade is already done. Well, it's not getting up too badly though. Scepter's landed in the wrong place, right in front of a bunch of AA and a gun comm that's going to help them out. But there we go. Oblivion turret going to start doing its thing. Now Tom has to stand in front of everything and try and keep things alive. Overcharge onto this PD makes it go sad times. This is a whole bunch of health, and if this goes up, it might make a change. In fact, it does, and now it is starting to thin out the units while Demon Streamer is just standing there tanking all the damage. I see Tom Ruler is also in region, fairly even on the hip. I'll say 5,000 on Demon, 8,000 on Tom, so we can afford to tank this a little bit, and he has all PD as well as a whole swarm of units behind him to help out. So oh, I'd say it's looking fairly even, although Demon has to drop back. He can't stay up the front, taking that Oblivion fire as he moved out of range enough. Gets a rank of veterancy, which helps keep him alive just a little bit longer. And now that he's out of range, all of this is just going to be picked off at leisure. Tom Ruler should probably build another Oblivion. It would be the best thing to try and stop this guy, although he is down on health, so he's having a bad time on there. Down the bottom, the push did not come to anything. Some defending units kept that alive. Who's going to flinch first? Well, we see here Tom is throwing up another point of defense, which is going to be needed. More units are coming in, although they are flares, so they'll die off pretty quickly. But now the question is, what is next for these two guys? Both have to be very cagey with their comms. 2,500 health for Tom. We have 2,000 for Demon. Both are two ranks on Tom, 1 star on Demon, though he's now changing his tack. Flares out everywhere, and some bombers on the way too, although we still have anti-air on the ground, so these guys are going to have not the greatest time. Flying over a few AA is not great for your health. In fact, they die without getting a single bomb away. Okay, Tom pushing up again, but he's not placing PD as he goes. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, that'd be a silly idea. Not do that. Going up pretty fast as well, so that's going to be a problem. And if that comes online, if that gets in range and starts having a go at Demon's base, he's not going to be a happy camper. So he needs to manually target it, because at the moment it is trying to shoot these guys, which are going on past, which is the wrong direction. Of course, there we go. Now it's firing in the right way. And more T2 PD going up. We do have the T1 PD in the region to try and shoo away Demon should he try to do things again. Wanted to try and overcharge that. There it goes. There goes some halls, but he's taking Oblivion Fire to the face and he can't stay there. It's not looking so great for him. 1500 health and a pair of Oblivion turrets going to start murdering his base. Down here we see the flares were trying to come in, but they are being beaten back by a single eruptor each side. Well placed PD holding the line with a few tanks behind just to assist. Those eruptors are going to have a great day. Up here we see two Oblivion turrets shooting at the wrong things again. And that has let these T1 RT get closer up. Demon needs to be careful about moving up, because again that's two Oblivion turrets, and if he gets spotted and he gets alphaed, he could be in a world of hurt from those. Trying to knock off some of the units, and the fervors are just roping on in. So focus on that Oblivion right there. T1 PD behind, so this is where it's all going to be at. We have two Oblivions plus a commander trying to hold off a bunch of fervors. Does a little dodge because he has to, else he's going to die. And now again Oblivion turret shooting at the wrong things and hitting the ground a lot, because fuck the ground. More fervors coming in. T1 PD is in the mix trying to knock things out. What are they shooting at? Well, the wrong thing apparently. So close, but up here we can see that this has been a hold in the base for Tom. The flare rush did not work, and now he's pushing down the middle. 7,500 health, he's regenerating up quite nicely. Demon, however, is down to 2.5, not regenerating hardly as much as all. He's been taking the occasional hit from the Oblivions, and it is not looking great for him right now. Units streaming up the middle from Tom, and they're going to assist in cleaning up the fervors before they can get much more done. Single Oblivion is left doing some work. Second one is about to be rebuilt. And really like shooting the ground. They do have a slight arc to them, so they can get over a couple of the edges there. Do a little bit of extra damage, and Demon is back up, got himself a second rank of veterancy, but he is in mighty trouble. He's now lost those sides both ways. Well, no pressure on this side at all. A bit of pressure coming here from Tom, and he's had to drop back. This is really all he has. I thought that Tom was going to be in trouble, but he appears to have played this quite well. And with the extra push, couple of Oblivion turrets. It's the third one, third one didn't get finished. He's trying to build this one up on a ridge a little bit so it can shoot over everything. So great. Bomber overhead, and Demon taking a couple of shots there. Back down to 3,500. Tom can't sit still, though he has 9,000, almost 10,000 hit points. Regen on that commander, and well, Demon has to try and do something with his commander, because that's all he's got. If he has done not so badly here actually, he's managed to push right back with the assistance of fervors lobbing their shells over. His commander coming up and doing some damage, so now he's in a pretty good position actually. If he can keep these turrets from doing too much damage, fervors everywhere, and his comm coming on up, we could see problems for Tom. Tom is trying to keep the point defense thing going. Well, you kind of don't want to do that. Not when you've got a gun comm and you're going to be shedding health. Don't stop in the fervor fire, oh my word. I thought he was in a good position, but now he has some problems, because Demon, with that gun comm, can push right on him. And have a look at the health go. Who's going to drop out first? Oh my word, all the fervor fire. Do not get caught by that. 4,000 for Tom, 3,500 for Demon. Are we going to see another draw or not at this rate? Tom is definitely worst off, although he can fall back to the secondary position. He has more PD back here. A bunch of T1 and a T2, as a secondary position, not too bad, and Demon is now being forced to fall back in the face of all these units. Bombers overhead. Good morning, Devoni. Or should I say fake Matry? We know who you are. Up here, Demon has had to fall back, just could not keep the pressure on in the face of all these units, and of course you can walk into this PD, and we see Tom down into the red once again, throwing up another T2 PD, which he's going to need. That's the only way to stop Demon at the moment. T1 ain't going to do it, he can just obliterate those guys, but now units in the back of his base, killing off more, and have a look at what it's done to his eco. Well, he's got a few of these around, but his main base with the adjacency is not looking so great. And he's taking Oblivion Fire again. So now it looks like it's going to be the T2 PD creep from Tom. He can afford to. And a whole swarm of bombers coming overhead. Oh dear, what are they going for? Well, they could have gone for a Demon, but instead they're going for his eco. We're going to say goodbye to the power. We're going to say goodbye to the power. Goodbye to the power and the reclaim. So enough bombers to knock out absolutely everything. And make it more tricky for him to rebuild. So air swarming over your base. Bombers throwing bombs, well, absolutely everywhere. Pops out a whole swarm of thistles, and that's going to obliterate skies. But I feel it is a bit too late. The bombers have done their jobs. There is nothing left for Demon. No power. Only the 20 he's got on his comm. No mass because he has no power. And I think that is going to be all she wrote. Trying to recover from that is just simply going to take too long. We have a swarm of units down here. We have more Oblivions going up from Tom. I thought we did. His comm's actually walking away. He's decided I don't need to hang around there. I can just let my units do the talking. And Demon is forced to use his comm, their engineers up here trying to rebuild power as they need to because there's no trees left to reclaim. All the trees have been done with. A few tiny ones here, but they're possibly not worth it. This is what he needs. Not looking great. Reclaiming mass, well, that's fine, except you don't have a means to spend it right now. All going into the energy coffers. And another bomb away, we're going to see some more NGs die. Yes, we are. If he can just keep doing that, there's going to be nothing left. Nothing Demon can do, and he can just linger. He can start doing some upgrades if he really cared. He has the time, he has the eco. And there's more NGs going to die. Yes, they are. Boom, boom. Another bomb away, so energy gone once again for Demon. So keeping him E-locked and... oh my word. It is all but over. All but over for Demon. Gotta try to rebuild power. Doesn't have the power to do so. His mixes are getting flipped by Tom. So all the time things are just going from bad to worse. Does have a whole bunch of anti-air, but honestly, they can do about that. Units pushing down the mid. Units pushing on the left. Air's on the right. That has been played well by Tom. I feel like maybe he was a wee bit fortunate that at any point this mid spot here could have gone the way of Demon. I thought the gun comm may have been able to snatch it from the game, but looks like it was a just enough from Tom to keep his comm alive and out of danger. Now we're the way back here, and yeah, still no upgrades. I guess he doesn't need them. He's got enough T1 on the ground, and this is going to be the base absolutely wiped for Demon. Nothing left, no power. He's got basically one gun commander. And yeah, not a lot he can do. Demon says, I hate 5v5. Well, and you control case. There we go, that is the game, and Demon is out. He hates 5x5. I thought he made the right decision. He got the gun upgrade on his comm, but he just didn't quite push with it enough. So Demon falls down into the losers bracket, Tom moves on into the winners bracket, and we move on to our next game. Game number 4 of 20. So, game number 4, actually sorry, there's 20 being casted, there's actually 25 games. However, games like this one, game number 4, there was a default. Somebody didn't turn up to their game. It was going to be a game between Orokokoriko and Macronoob, but it appears Macronoob did not show for the open qualifier, so he loses by default, and Orokokoriko, he wins and moves on through, so we'll skip that. We'll move on to game number 5, because we can. Alright, so game 5, and we are into the second bracket now, so we are going to see a different map. And this is another semi-familiar map to people. It's been seen around a bit. We're about to see a whole lot of it. And it is known as Cobalt. And the first game on Cobalt is going to go between these two players. It is Unknown, without the N, so it's just Unknown. And Reactive. Up top here we have Reactive. He has got Cybrin. He's in blue opening. Look at that. There is a Hydra nearby, so we could almost skip the Pigeon. Almost skip the Pigeons if we wanted to, go straight for that. Anyway, he's first land. 2 Pigeons and Mixes, and his opponent today is Unknown, who is Seraphim, and it's going to be a blue versus combat green fight, and we see no Pigeons planned because he's going to go straight for this Hydra. Alright, Cobalt. Kind of not a huge amount of reclaims, only a couple of thousand on the map in total. Some. Still worth grabbing some, especially the larger rocks and the bits here and there. But we shall see how they're going to get on between each other. Alright, first NG out, and first NG is actually going to build the mass extractor and then probably head for the Hydro? Question mark? I don't know. Not so great on this map. Anyway, the mixers are going up for reactive. Will he plan some factories after that? Well, we don't know. This NG is wandering out this way. Maybe it's going for the Hydro. No, it swings away and it's going to go for that max and then some manual reclaim. Because why not? Get all the trees. This guy's doing the same thing, doing some trees, doing some manual reclaim. Now the com's heading over towards the Hydro to catch this guy. Yeah, he's going to assist that. Down on this side, well, we see the Hydro is already well underway for Unknown. So he's focused on getting that first instead of building some individual little pigeons. And now he can focus up on getting some of the reclaim. You know, if you zoomed out, you can barely see that mass extractor, if at all. Really, it just disappears into the white. That's alright though. There's a couple of engines in the base to keep building. They're going to work on some more power, and looks like land spam all day. That is all land factories, I think. Yeah, land factories, absolutely. So no error on the plans for Unknown. Does Reactive have an air factory plan? Well, he does. He's actually got a second factory as air, so he doesn't want to list out on the air game and has all the land spam planned in this base here as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 land factories, 1 air factory planned. Or down here we have 5 land factories for Unknown. We'll see how that works out, because of course in order to fuel these 8 factories, he's definitely going to need to move out and hold these expansions. He does have an engineer doing exactly that, being protected by a small force. Got a mole and a couple of mantis, just making sure he stays alive. Similar function going on down here, single engineer and defending Tham and Scout to keep him from any little lab raids. Already moving up to the front is Unknown's comm, so he's going to wander up and start grabbing these front mass extractors. Why not? They're often contended. You know, got to try and keep them alive from your opponents. Get them while you can, get the eco while you can. Over on the right hand side though, we see the undefended engineer from Unknown is going to run afoul of a couple of mantis. So a bad time, but we have a bomber. So bomber out from reactive, and of course we know there was no air factory planned. Those are more land factories. Engie on the right is going to survive with 5 health. 5 health. Oh no, maybe not. And down he goes. That close. Defending them just a bit slow to turn up, and there are some more units coming in, so not going to keep that NG alive, but they're going to knock off a Mantis. And hello air. Is it going to be a bomb on this guy? There's going to be a bomb on that guy. He's going to get killed, and that PD is no longer going to get built along with those two mass extractors. Again, no air from reactive, so this is going to get a lot of work done. 2 engineer kills. Over here we've had a Selene turn up and is died to Mantis once they move and stop shooting the ground, because fuck the ground. That finally goes, but this bomber, well, the anti-air coming out of these factories, well we don't, yeah, still engines and thams, although there is one AA down here. Alright, bombs away, Map's going towards the mid, can take out some of those. I hear commander fire. There we go, com action. It is reactive versus unknown. Comms having a good laugh at each other. Some supporting units in range for unknown, so reactive needs to be a wee bit more careful. He can't afford to just slowly die off to all of that. However, he has good pressure on the other side of things. Pressure on the left come down. That bomber is still around, still knocking off engineers that try to come out. He's down to 3 kills, but there is the AA. Has moved up to chase it down, and he's not going to get much more done than that. Still, it's a frustrating denial of expansion over there. Up here we see reactive is trying to move away. There was a quick little factory build from unknown to try and stop him. Down to 6,000 health, but the units have run out for unknown, and he's going to have to fall back now, or he's going to fall afoul of his own trick. Reactive gets away, he'll be fine as long as he can keep the pressure on there. And he does hold the middle 2 mixers, however he's lost all the side expansions, and reactive has that slight advantage in eco. Don't know for how much longer. You're just going to come over here and kill off this NG. He might get that started, but he ain't going to get it finished. Dams roll on in with a Selene, and it's going to be bye bye NG. Yep, no joy there. But speaking of joy, that's going to be a dead mass extractor. Reactive pushing him a single Mantis. Up here we can see mass extractor going down, so unknown decides he doesn't like it. 9,000 health versus 6,500, so still with their explosion advantage. Has enough health to survive that should they toe-to-toe it. In the middle, another max extractor going down, maybe. Nope, I don't think that Mantis is going to complete it. Tham rolls in, 2 Thams roll in, 50 health. Second Tham was the key to keeping that alive. Alright, see some units having to spread out to the right to take care of these guys, so we're going to knock off the eco that reactive had built up. Up here we see units are coming on in, reactive's in with his comm, unknown is pushed right up with his commander. Got a good health advantage on there, and it's going to lose a lot of that health if he's not careful though. In fact, there it all goes. T1 units around, he does have overcharge, I saw that just a moment. Does reactive have overcharge? No, he does not. So that might be the difference in this tale. See single overcharge shots coming out from unknown are going to knock off units, however, he is much further from his supporting units compared to reactive. They can just pop out of these factories at any point in time and help the numbers. 7,000 versus 6,500, so health ain't that much different. On the right hand side, this force has been caught by reactive, though they have already done the damage. One mass extractor down, and all the other one survives thanks to these guys pushing them off to the edge. And we're doing down here, well, more units around the back. That's another under threat mass extractor. It seems like the attention of unknown is up here with his comm. He's grabbing some of the reclaim while he can because he's standing in the area, but that's a danger. Com plus units, and he doesn't have a lot of units. Oh, those get a bunch back here. So fairly even armies, I think it's not too far different. Down here the Mantis did finish off these 2 mixes. Didn't quite get that one, and he's going to die to a couple of Thams. Over here another Mantis doing raiding work, knocks off another mix. So as fast as unknown can build them, reactive needs to knock them down. And now here comes the problem. It is reactive versus unknown. Whose unit's going to do enough damage first? Well, I think you're going to find that unknown has overextended just a little bit. Maybe too late with his units coming into rescue. Maybe not actually. 6,000 health on him, 6,500 on the reactive. Looks like another stalemate. Units from both sides going down, both commanders having to drop back and not risk the mutual KO. They want to win this. They don't want to draw this. They want to win, but units are running out for Unknown and Reactive. Very close to rank of veterancy, which Unknown has already got, but he's still got a healthy amount of hit points over him. What he doesn't have is the units to back him up. They're all back here trying to race on in. Bomber comes overhead and Unknown's going to drop into the red very shortly, I feel. Under 3,000, 3,500 health and plenty of Mantis in the mix. Up here, Reactive is 3,500 himself moving away, but bombers are now overhead throwing down some of the extra damage. If he can keep his comm away, he'll be alright. Down to 3,000 health for Unknown, and the bombers are in high fire. No air factory still. And how much does he have in the way of anti-air on the ground? Well, he has basically nothing. There's one back there. There's a bit of a distance away. It's going to take some time to turn up. In the meantime, these units are just going to suffer. The bombs of Cybran. Commander down to 2,400 health. Taking some more fire there, and Reactive is in the area, but he's got to be careful not to lose too much health. Remember, he needs 2,500 to survive a commander explosion. See that he has approximately that much already, but now very even does take an overcharge, which sheds a bunch of health off him. But as you can see, the units are just getting slowly whittled down by these bombers. Not enough anti-air in the mix. There's been an AA popped up down there just to assist with anything that flies by, but 2,000 health down there and 4,500, so still not quite enough to survive. A comm explosion should they even trade health. Bombs are coming out in force. Get one bomb away but die off. Get some bombs away, die off, but those bombs away are making a lot of difference right now. And again, a raiding party has snuck around the back, and look at this NGO obliteration. Mantis down here with 6 kills is just having the time of his life. Knocking off NGs, he's going to get 3 ranks of that. And up in the middle we can see the units that were pushing up from Unknown are having a terrible time of it. Unknown himself down to 2,500 health, he can't afford to hang around, but now he's thinking, I have to push and win. Because his base is in tatters. These guys have had a whale of time. 8 kills for that guy, 6 kills for that guy. Mass extractors dead all around, and units knocked off the same. Right, here goes the push. Unknown has gone for it, and he is trying to kill off Reactive, but if he can't stay in range, he won't be able to bring that commander into pressure, and there's going to be bombers overhead. Reactive gets a rank of veterancy up to 5,000 health, while Unknown is quite a distance from his next one. That's not a good look. 5,000, 3.5, still not enough to survive the extra explosion. But will Unknown get another rank of veterancy in time to help out? He is pushing as well, some counter push on the back there. And he's got many more units streaming up the front. Altizen, good evening. Evening, morning, dunno. But Unknown is now out of units up the front, and is this the time for Reactive to push? Well, yes and no. He wants to take health off him, and he wants to stay away. In fact, this is exactly what he's done. Surrounds Unknown with units, moves out of range, and that is going to be the end of that. Unknown caught, tried for the push, tried to get up and do some extra damage, but just ran out of units. Pops out the GG. Harassment from Reactive was really good. Even in the midst of this battle here at the front of his base, he was still getting units around the side to knock off the mixers all around. Left, right, left and right, coming around and just wiping over and over again. So well played there. Unknown drops down to the losers bracket. Reactive moves on into the winners section. Okie dokie. Game number 6. Come on, game number 6. Hey, guess what map is going on? Just have a wild guess. If you thought it's going on the exact same fucking map, you're right. Alrighty, here we go. Ta-da! Cobalt. Right, this time though, we have our two fighters today. Up the top here we have Rowan Morse Whitey. He is UEF and he is Brightwink. And the opponent today is Blinchik. Blinchik is purple, Blinchik is Aeon, Blinchik is opening first land. With some adjacency, as they both are. Honestly, all these starts are the same. The only variance is, do they go straight for the Hydro, or do they build a couple of Pigeons? In this case, we see Rowan has decided to go the Pigeon route, whilst Blinchik is going straight for Hydro. 6 of one, half a dozen the other, they both seem to be viable openings at this point. The Hydro is probably just far enough away to make it a bit of a concern, especially if you throw out a raiding bot. Huh. Wouldn't have picked that. So not even worrying about E at the moment. Going to throw out the raid, we'll see how well these guys do. An interesting call. More raids. Wow. Uh-oh, Rowan says something's wrong with my Wi-Fi. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. And still we have no E from Blinchik. So at the moment surviving on the 20s getting from the com, and that is running out. Go PG starting to be popped up over here just to help whilst the NG rolls off the line. Interesting choice. Rowan on the other hand is probably close to finishing the Hydro. Blinchik is going to stall on power. Is a power plant building? Ooh, I don't know if they build another. Yeah, there we go. That's going to cause a stall. Except for the reclaim. This could be some of the most very specific build queue I've seen. And there's the reclaim to keep them floating. Just enough. Just enough. Look at that. That is done to perfection. Done to absolute perfection. And these units have gotten all the way up into the base. They're going to find some engineers to kill because there's nothing that's been built by Rowan to stop them. Up here, away they go. We're going to see the death of an engineer, and on the other side as well, they are raiding us. So that has been a very, I would have to say that is a practiced, it's got to be a practiced build from Blinchik. No way they knew how much there was. Surely not, right? Either way, these raiding units, they have picked up one engineer, but they might pick up another if it weren't for the tank and residence. And a quick little reclaim from the engineer as well takes out that flare. On the left hand side we have another NG under threat. Is it going to die? Yes it is. So the flare gets away, gets another. So 2 NGs knocked off by Blinchik just to slow expansion. And then the flares get away. Chased down by a couple of strikers, but flares are pretty quick little fuckers. Gonna be able to get out of range there. Right up the back, and we see the flares coming in for the mass extractor. Maybe thinks it's gonna pick up another NG, but what he's gonna do is run into a scout. The scout's gonna die. A couple of shots and it explodes, but the striker is another story, and the flare's gonna run right into him. Oh, a couple of misses, some good little micro there. But point blank shots, can't mark right out of the way of those. And the flare goes down. Right hand side we see a spirit, and that was a bomber I spotted. Yes it is, Blinchik has done the air game, has a bomber, has a scout and interceptor from Rowan. With a bomber behind, so interceptor's unfortunately going the wrong way, the bomber's over here. And that bomber could pick up 2 NGs for 1 if they're unlucky. Incredibly lucky, not even 1. That is a complete miss, coincidental timing. And I think the bomber has been spotted because, oh there we go, NT on his back. Get much done, bomb off down here, kills off an NG, stops the power build. Going to loop back around, and I wonder what it's going to go for. There was an interceptor up here defending from Belinda, could have got drawn by an interceptor of Rowan's. This guy's going to find himself another NG over here, and then run afoul of an interceptor from Blinchik. So, air game a little more active in this one. And if we have a look at these sides, we have a small group here from Rowan having to go with a small group of Blin. Even numbers, although as we know, strikers are tougher. Then Auroras, when they get up close, they have over approximately twice the HP, but they have to get close. Stay at range is going to be a bad time. On the right hand side we can see a single striker has run afoul of an Aurora, and he's not going to last too much longer at that rate. Right in the middle, common action. Rowan has found Blinchik's comm and thinks, while I'm here, I'll just pop some damage onto you. Why not? And these guys are going to have some fun shooting each other point blank. On the left hand side, that is a much larger force, but again, we have the whole running away. Aurora's wanting to kite and do damage from a distance. Down here, 8,500 health versus 10,000. Well, you know, as a UEF comm, it always starts with the extra health, but also started with a bunch of extra shots, which are going to help it immensely. Let's just check out what's going on. Well, this small force on the right and a big push up from Blin to grab the mass extractors. However, retaliatory force coming out from Rowan that is going to do great things and shoo these guys away. There is a bomber over here and it's going for the grave because an interceptor is going to pick it up. Will it get some bombs off on these guys? If it does, that's going to be a bad day, but it does not. Extra inties come over and they knock it out of the sky. Right, Rowan has been standing still maybe a little bit too long, and now he's getting picked at by a fervor. Not for much longer, turns around, blasts that, no drama. On the left hand side, we have forces against forces, and if he can push onto those suddenly, he'll be able to do great things as Spirit wanders on in, Aurora wanders on in, and just have a look at these get shredded by the extra health of the strikers keeping them alive, and it's too late to run, you've lost everything. But having said that, Rowan falls back as well, and the Auroras live so they can get away, and there's a fervor in there to lob some shells over as well. In the middle, it is more common action. Fairly even hit points. I don't really want to see another draw, but Rowan has to be careful, of course, because of these. Auroras staying at range will cause the extra damage, which will help Blinchik get the win if he stays there. Cannot afford to, has to fall back. Does not want to get trapped with that kind of thing. Alright, units pushing up the middle from Blinchik, so gone from left and they've gone up the middle, they're taking out that, and they hold the left hand side with a sizable force. Looks like units are moving into the middle from Rowan. Maybe he's decided he wants to go and have a shot at Blin. If we can keep that pressure on and get units, it might make a difference, but he's pushed a long way forward and there are units going around to his base, so it's a gamble. Question is, will he be able to do enough? And that's a factory build, so Blinchik is actually trying to get away. However, right, needs to get away from Rowan because of course you don't want to be that close when the comm explosion happens. And what is Rowan doing? Moving his units away. He is going to be picked off at range by these things. Needs to keep his units close by, else that is going to be the tickle to death of Auroras. Not a great way to go. Blinchik's actually quite healthy at the moment, comparatively 3,500 versus 1,500. They've got a 2,000 buffer, but units are getting popped on left over here. Static from Rowan, dying off to a larger force from Blinchik, and another force from Blinchik up here ready to raid some more. So yeah, that's not looking great for Rowan, and that's a terrible place to land your aircraft. You're going to die a horrible death from a bunch of Auroras and for no gain whatsoever. I don't know what Rowan's doing. Comma's idle, could be rebuilding that mass extractor there. Definitely needs to think about falling back, does not have the ground units. Let's have a quick check on that. We have 9 fervors, 54 Auroras. Let's compare that to 40 strikers, and I'm not actually seeing any arty. So yeah, that is not a great difference. 4 units, another bomber comes out, gets a couple of kills, but gets picked off by an interceptor, and right here, this could be it. Rowan's not paying attention, he's about to walk into a large band of Auroras, but no, he falls back instead. Fortunately, as he was a goner, Blinchik's up to 4,000 health. Rowan is still at 2,300, and he is absolutely surrounded by units at the moment. If Blinchik knows he's there, which I very much suspect he does, then he'll also know he can finish off that comm. There's just not enough units to survive with the support run, and he's about to run into Aurora Doom. Here we go. These guys realize he's there, they could turn around and actually knock him off. That's more than enough units, I think, to kill a comm, especially with these reinforcements coming, and they're sitting at range. They've got radar. Are the shots going to come in? Can you actually see them? Yes, you can. So why they're not shooting, I don't know. Grabbing some more units in, and Rowan throws out the GG. He just can't get close enough with his comm. He knows it. He control K's out. Unfortunately, he can see there the map control is just very much in the hands of Blinchick. Well played by Blin. Takes out this game. Rowan drops down to the losers bracket, and Blin qualifies through to the next round. Okay, that was game 6. We are on to game number 7. Alright. So game 7, if you didn't realize, is going to go down on exactly the same map. Exact same map. Let us launch this out. Alrighty folks, here we go. Oh look. Who would have thunk? Alright, so this time around we have the real Matry. This is not the fake Matry. This is not Toponi. This is the real Matry. But up top here, it is Grimplex. He is in red. He is Cybran. Opening first land, and the real Matry down here, also Cybran in puke coloured yellow. Opening first land. Looks like there's no power generators planned for either person. Just a couple of factories, mixes, and then a walk to the hydro. Alrighty, let's see how these guys are going to get on with each other. We know the map, and we'll just wait and see how they plan to go out. Engineer out for Matry. If you're going for the hydro, that is going to have to be your first thing. But having said that, we saw last game that Blinchick managed to pop out a bunch of units and then survive on the reclaim until they managed to get that hydro finished. Look at this. Ready for the plan. Hydro, Pigeon, couple of factories, more Pigeons, and an air factory. So 1, 2, 3 land, then air factory. Over here we have land all day from Grimplex. We've already seen the air can make the difference in some games. You don't really want to ignore it. But having said that, if you have enough anti-air on the ground, it can take bombers out pretty quickly these days. T1 anti-air has gotten buffed from the original game. In the original game, I'm going to say the T1 AA was pretty much goddamn useless. Really inefficient killing bombers, really bad at it. However, that is all land from Grim. Alright, Hydro is done. Power generator is going up. Going to see some factories next, another few pigeons, and more. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 land factories planned from Matry, compared to the 5 planned from Grim. We may see more out of that after a bit later in the build queue. I don't imagine he'll settle for 5. Definitely going to be more coming. Hasn't grabbed this mass extractor yet. Has instead been prioritizing the reclaim. Going to get that up first to help with the eco. Fair enough, I suppose. Why not? Alright, going to finish off this build queue with the Just Engineers. Commander is moving up towards the front. Going to grab that mix and those two along the way, one would imagine. Looks like we have a roving Mantis coming down. Probably the worst possible direction if it comes this way. We have a defending Mantis on this guy with a mole to keep some intel. And indeed, these guys are swinging around to the left, so it's going to be an interesting little decision who's going to win that little fight. Could make a difference. Commander in the mid, building a mass. Done, and up he goes. Right, a small raiding party off to the right. No engineer gone with just yet. Looks like going to be defensive. Right, we see Mantis is coming on in. Matry has radar in the hole. As you can see that, and is there going to be time to react? Well, that's probably a poor decision of direction. It was a great idea to catch the NG. Unfortunately, we have defending forces, and that is going down. Foodman, good morning. What is your... Would it be Monday for you? Monday morning? Probably. Single Mantis is going to make Jinx and duck and dodge and weave, and it's probably going to win out against a single one here. But reinforcing Mantis, 2 of them, and a mole. It's there, push down the middle, got a mole and a Mantis coming through. Probably don't want to try and attack on the commander. Have a radar land. Must be an engineer on the way. There it is. If those get caught, it's going to be a bad time. Up on the right hand side, we see a more effective push from Metri. Has got units coming on over. They're going to catch an engineer. I think that is the first engineer death of the day. It goes the way of Metri. So defending units have done their job over here. This engineer survives. Have another Mantis coming on and going to run afoul of 3. 3 versus 1, not great odds. This guy decides, no, fuck that. And decides to try and swing around. Maybe sneak up behind and catch that, but not fooled as Metri. He sends his units over to shoot that guy away. Up here, a bunch of units are running away from a far superior force. Just want to try and do some damage. Going to kill off a mix, kill off an Engie perhaps. Engie's definitely going to die. Goes. Mix is probably going to die as the turrets turn around. See your laser. We're going to get cut off by this force. Can maybe get away, but probably not. Sizable number of units over here doing a cut off. And we see Metri has pushed up with his comm, and now they just do a bit of exchange to each other. Not too surprising, but this is a problem. 5, 6 Mantis for Grim, cutting off the reinforcements on this way. Means Metri has to pause and rebuild units up over here. Maybe bring these guys back through, push up and take a... there. Mass Extractor gets caught in the crossfire. Gonna survive, and Metri's just moving away with his comm. It is pretty even at the moment, of course. They're just shooting each other one by one. Up on the right hand side we have units from Metri. Looks like they are coming over to support over here. If we can get a little bit of the extra damage down on Grim, he'll do alright. But Grim has now taken out both of those mass extractors with this. These units here, these guys walk past and miss the engineer. Sitting there having a happy day. Bomber is out from Metri. What's it going to go for? Well, the answer is everything. Takes out a couple of moles. Not a huge amount of damage done there, but the commanders are still having to go at each other. Having a look at the ground forces, and it's kind of even. The bomber overhead is going to make a good difference. Bombs away. Does a bit of extra damage there. And there's no answering air from Grimplex. He doesn't even have an air factory. Maybe he wants to think about Sky Slammers to knock the bombers out of the sky, but who knows. Metri down to 3,000 health, but Grim is only at 3,500, so we can't really hang around. They have just been unloading on each other all day, every day. Metri, more air, more units, more bombs. Checking it out. Still no anti-air coming out of the gate for Grim, and no air factory, so bombers are going to be the cause of the day. But these guys, they've got to be a problem for Metri. In fact, here comes a bomber. I'm sure I thought it was going to come over and help defend, but maybe not. Maybe he's going straight for the comm. As a matter of fact, there are now 1, 2, 3 bombers, all going for Grim. Metri is on the retreat. Going to let the bombers do the work. And now we hear Sky Slammers. I hear them. There's one. Starts out by taking out a scout, but these guys are going to get some work done. Extra damage down onto Grimplex, just to keep his commander on the way. Over on this side, the units have come into the base. They picked up, looks like, a few ground units. But what is going on there? Maybe just one bomb to help clean those up, but they're all at the moment focusing down on Grim. I would focus on this army. You know the anti-air is coming. You could kill off so many clumped units here. And actually, Metri does exactly that. Bombs ahoy. And these guys are going to start taking casualties, at least taking damage, until the anti-air turns up. Now start raiding. Got some Engies over here. Some free mixers to kill. Why not? Right, that group from Grim behind the bases had its day. They are done. Larger group up here from Metri. They can push up the left and make a nuisance of themselves, but a massive band in the middle from Grimplex. They're going to wander on in. Metri has fallen back with his comm. He's got 5,000 health. Compare that to the 3.5 for Grim. Those bombs have done a little bit of work. Maybe not quite enough, but there we go. See, these mass extractors are down. A couple of Engies could do with a bomb or two. There we go. Engies doomed. And these guys can decide to have all the fun they want. over on the side, killing off a poor helpless T1 PD. In the middle though, this is Metri. His comm is in the area. He's going to start whittling down the units, and he does have supporting forces which he's going to need because that's a sizable number. He does not want to get caught out standing still like that. Bad idea bringing your units right now. Although those defending bombers are coming over, dropping some bombs down, doing great amounts of damage. And that is actually going to thin the forces out of Grimplex very quickly and leaves a good amount of reclaim to grab. However, we say that's a good hold from Metri on that point and a good amount of reclaim. On the left, a large band coming on and going to look at wiping out this section, and a smaller band getting them behind them as well. Let's do this fallback, keep his forces alive, and do this. Extra rating. Alright, we're looking at the wrong thing. We need to look at income, 19 apiece, but reclaim in the favour of Metri over twice the reclaim. Honestly, not that much of an advantage. I think it's been fairly even throughout the game. Alright, let's have a unit count on the ground. What are we looking at? We have 45 Mantis for Metri, and we have 46 for Grim, so it's actually pretty even. Numbers around, and this could be a problem. If Grim's not careful, his comm could get caught out by a whole squad of Mantis and Metri. He's around about the same health, but it looks like Metri isn't quite willing to push that. He's quite worried about this, I would imagine. A couple of Medusas in there would be great. Metri's trying to cheat. You cheat. You cheat, Metri. Don't cheat. Very naughty. And this is not so bad. Nice little firing line to pick off the units faster as compared to trickling them in, but he is running out and there is a bomber coming over. That's going to do some extra damage unless the bombs fall short. No, they don't. But that is a bit of a problem for Metri. That's a larger force. So he's looking okay. In the middle, his comm 6,000 HP versus 6,000, so even up again. And we do have supporting forces either way for Metri. Just the one from Grim though, just larger, and being in a single blob means it can take out a sized force if they are split. Still just a bit of back and forth over on the left here. Want to get an interceptor or two out to take out the bombers, which so Grim is taking a page again. Taking a page from your opponent, and it is bombers doing the thing. A couple of Mantis back here. Well, they could have some fun. Some very exposed engineers. They could dive pretty damn quickly. Bombers ahoy, 1, 2, 3 bombs, and they're doing exactly what Metri was doing before, dropping down bombs into the army surrounding the commander, just to whittle down the numbers. Have a look at that. It's a lot of destruction. Big and here though, looks like a significant force has pushed Grims back. Metri might be in the area with his comm and cause some. He wants to throw us some AA, I think. He does not have the interceptors, he's trying to put them out, but Grimplex has his own air wing. So any inties that do pop out take some time to do any kind of effectiveness. Taking too long to kill that down. Metri down to 5,800, where is Grim? There, and he's on 6,800, so health advantage on Grim, air advantage on Grim, and I think we're looking at ground advantage for Grim. He's looking better off all around at this stage. Metri's actually doing the dodgy thing. There we go. Getting the Sky Slammer out, and that's going to start shooting some health off of these guys. But the bombs are just flying everywhere. So there is one, but 7,200 for Grim. Got 2,000 HP advantage over Metri. Has a larger ground force advantage over this side. And of course we mentioned the bombers in the sky. Very even on the eco side of things once again. How's the totals? Very even again. Metri tiny bit ahead, but he's given up so much. And the band here again, very large, very annoying. Having said that, that is all Grim has on the ground. It's all in a clump here. Metri's forces are split. He's got them over here and over here. But bombers ahoy. They come in right now into this force. They could do a lot of damage, and that will be very hard to try and push that one back. Speaking of clumps though, can you imagine a bomb into this slot? Have a look at that. You just want to drop it right in the middle. So much damage. There we go, the spread bomb command, bombs everywhere. And units dying left, right and centre. Indies are out from Metri to try and clean those up. But we have interceptors coming in from Grim as well. Those bombers have just absolutely shredded these guys down. And now there's not very much left. Matry's still in the middle with his comm. He's popping up a radar with Engineer, and Grim's okay. He's regenerated up nicely into the green, 8,500 health. No dramas, but this is a problem for Matry. Units coming in from Grim and bombers overhead still making their presence known, and that is not great. There used to be a whole bunch of mantis here that would help defense, but the bombers have absolutely shredded them down, and now there's fuck all to stop them rolling into this base and doing even more damage. Bombers overhead, army in your base. This is bad news for Matry. I think we are about to see his base go down. Bombs all over, engineers dying, power dying, units dying. There is some anti-air, but that is a lot of damage. Unit scores do come off the conveyor belts. They're all paused. Why is everything paused? Focusing on just some interceptors as well. Interceptors ain't going to be your help right now. Your base is in tatters. He is going for the mutual, but I don't think he's going to get. Grim just has too much extra health, although that is a lot of ground units. Has Matry caught Grim out? Look at the health just shred off Grimplex's comm. He's down to 2,000, 1,000. Oh my word, he was doing so well in Matry's base, but he got caught out without supporting units around his commander. And that is Matry, I would almost say, stealing that win. This. Did he have overcharge somewhere? Yes, he did. So that is the reason Matry paused absolutely everything, so that he could get power to his comm and he could get the overcharge, and he rushed Grimplex's commander, and that was a very close thing. All or nothing into that play. Matry had to get him knocked out then because space was done. Defeated, destroyed. But he gets the win on account of a comm kill. So Matry goes through to the winners bracket, and Grimplex drops down into the losers. That was game number 7. Game number 8. Excuse me while I just grab a drink. Okay, game number 8. We have Treefolk Noob versus Castaway. However, we have another default, so we don't have to watch that game. So from that game, it appears that Castaway did not turn up for the tournament. Entered in, but he didn't show up, and so he loses by default, and he moves down to the losers bracket. Treefolk carries on to the winners bracket. Okay, we have game number 9. As soon as I get the replay file loaded. Alrighty. Yeah, not sure how you guys feel, but by the end of this, I'm probably going to be sick of seeing these maps. Most likely. Alright. Game number 9. And we've got 2 more after this on this map, just saying. But up the top here, we have some 2 very highly rated players. Well, I say 2, I say 1 really. It's Jacket Appliance. 2100 rating. He is Seraphim, he's Burgundy, and his opponent today is the fake Matry. Not the real one, the fake one. The one that's pretending to be Matry, but is nowhere near as good. It is Depony. And he is also Seraphim, and he is in purple. Okay, so then, now we have a Pigeon planned right beside a Mass Extractor. So this actually does give adjacency to the max, and means it uses less power to run. So it does actually have an effect to do. Not an awful idea, especially on a smaller map if you're going to spam. Again, we talk about adjacency on the 5v5. You do that, your Mass Extractor will use less power because your chances of raiding them are very slim apparently. Even though it's just a tiny change, it is still a difference. And it all helps. Alright, first out, Tham. So raiding unit is Ahoy. There was a scout thrown out before that, so Matry going fake Matry, going for the early raiding there. Nothing but engines out for Jagged. Though we see a combat scout named Grunker. Has he got a naming mod? Grunker, and that's just a Celine. He actually just bothered to name the first one. Maybe. Either way, we have Grunker the Scout. Grunker, Grunker, Grunker. Off he goes. Nothing else is named, just that guy. Alrighty. Anyhow, the raiding unit's going out to the left from Matry. Tham is on its way with a Celine in front, of course. Not the usual way to do it, but perhaps this guy is planning to stop on a mix and go cloaky cloaky. Indeed, exactly that. Slightly off the mix though, so it just needs to take an extra step forward and then it would block the build. Any more combat units out for Jagged? Well, no, he's just focusing on NGs for the sec. Got 1, 2, 3 land factories and a single air factory planned. We have a Tham out now as well. Over here we have a second air factory from Baker Matry. Single land factory popping out some units. Going to do some defending. We have a scout on the way to the right to watch for things like that coming in. Air factory is done and out comes an interceptor. Right, more power and then into air factory, then probably land factory. Defending units moving off to the right and to the left from raids. So this kind of thing. Tham just sitting there loitering, waiting for a hapless engineer, but he's not going to have much luck should this Tham turn up first. Okay, on the right hand side. Grunker. Grunker sitting right here. Just getting some intel, not actually blocking the mass extractor, but sitting there all invisible like, and it's just basically free intel at that point, which could be the reason why this guy isn't actually standing on mix. If they're invisible, it's going to be free intel forever unless they commander ones up, and there we go. Tham is doing a bit of micro, might actually help us survive. Bit of dodging back and forth, round of circles, all sorts of over the place, but unfortunately the Celine is going to make the difference there. Extra DPS from that guy is not going to leave that Tham alive. A great effort though. Unfortunately Celine makes a difference. On the other side we're going to see the same thing happen. It is a Tham with a Celine against a Tham. So we may see a repeat. Though we have air up for Matry. And he's got a couple of minties out whilst air is done for Jagged. Jagged is working on his 4th land factory. How are we doing up here? We have 1, 2 and 3 from Matry. 4th and 5th are planned. Up here we see, yes, exactly the same thing happened. Tham wins out. Tham and Celine wins out over Tham every time. 2 versus 1. Alright, up here we see Tham and Zui rocking on up, so a bit of ranged attack from that, slow fire, catching anything that sits still or moves in a straight line. That will do okay for itself. Really good at knocking down buildings because, you know, that's what they do. Would be a great time to unclog this guy and start shooting. Could take out an NG quite happily with no other units in the area. However, up here we see, I am hearing, oh look at that, that's exactly what happened. Is the mass extractor going to finish as a question? The answer is no. Not by the hair of his chinny chin chin. And cloaks. Units come on in, but they're not going to find him. Apparently they are. It must take time for the cloak to have effect, because I swear that guy was invisible. Like that. And confused, although some raiding units around the back, they're actually going to make it through for Jagged unless they sit still, because there's a Zui which wanders into range. Not a great place to stop. And it dies a horrible, horrible death. Where are the commanders? Well, we see Fake Matry has us come all the way up on the left here. Wants to try and lock down that area with him to stop things coming through, but he is just getting pushed left, right and centre. Well behind on the eco game, and this is a very dominating display from Jagged. He has been raiding incessantly, he's been expanding at the same time. His comm is around, but there's some supporting units just to make sure he doesn't get rushed. And Fake Matry not looking so good. These cheeky little bastards giving free intel. And this is just ruthless. Word I'm looking for. Jagged is giving absolutely no quarter. Base is having a bad time. There are Zuis around, so if these units sit still, they're going to be sore. But that relies on them sitting still. All they've got to do is move and they'll survive. However, there may be a bit of distraction in the middle in the form of Fake Metry's Com having to go at these units. He'll be able to clean those up, which will give him a wee bit of an advantage there. But up the back, it is Tham Central. And they're having a whale of a time against Mass Extractors, against the Zuis, against Power. And, yep. 3 Thams, no Grand Units, more Zuis coming out. A curious decision. The Zuis are okay for spam, but as far as I mean not spam, like in this map you're going to want Thams, really. In a smaller map in a 1v1 T1 spam situation, unless you can have overwhelming numbers of Zuis, not going to do so well. But just have a look at the eco. Matry says Archer control camo units by mistake. Yeah, that's not going to help your cause. Well done, Devoni. Why would you do such a thing? Well, you might as well control your com or wander into your doom, and wander into his doom is the word. He's walking up the middle. He's going to say good day, and I think Jagged's going to be in the area too. There we go. That's the... I gotta say, even before the Control K, as Fake Metry said, the game was pretty much over. Units around the back of his base, doing all sorts of things. Commander's now in mid, getting caught out by more units. And Jagged's gone, but absolutely dominating display from Jagged Appliance. Speaking of the name Jagged Appliance, I'm presuming this is based off an old game called Jagged Alliance. Quite a fun little game. It was sort of like a turn-based, I don't even know how to describe it, it was just fun. Almost like a turn-based combat modern age. You know, you chose your characters for your team and you got the weapons and stuff like that. Had turn-based fighting, and your team actually had personalities and they would work off against each other. You know, some of them hated each other, they wouldn't work together, some worked together really well, and all sorts of things. So it was a fun little game. Very old though, probably about 20 years old by my take, from memory. But anyway, Jagged Appliance, he wins out that, as mentioned, the dominating display, completely in control the entire time. Game 9, let's move on to game number 10. And yes, we're still on Cobalt Valley. We got some more to do on this. Easy Muller, grab another drink while the game loads. Okay. Got another map by now. Our usual tickety-boo indicators. Right up the top here we have Wounded Elk Noob. He's pink, he's Seraphim. Looks like he's going for the first land Formex Hydro build. Don't see any planned PGs, but do see planned Mass Extractors. His opponent today, Riot. Riot is red, Riot is Seraphim. Riot is building a PGen. Oh no, how dare he? Different opening build. Shock. Horror. Nobody's built a single PGen before. Anyway. These guys are going to have a go to each other, and we'll just have to wait and see how things develop. So early game, as always, not a huge amount going. But this is the build from Riot. So looks like it is the mixes, 4th with the NG, then a single PGen. An interesting choice. So the reason I say it's interesting is because if you have a look, the cost of a T1 PGen is 750. So he has enough to finish it off, and his eco will be stable. But then if you want to build a Hydro, that costs, where is it, 800, so it costs 50 more than a T1 PGen, twice as much mass, but hey, we're not counting that. But it gives the output of 5 PGens. So I suppose you throw into the Reclaim, he'll be okay, he'll be able to build that alright. Anyway, so there we go, working on his Hydro. Comparatively, the Hydro is virtually done for Elk, and Elk is going to finish that, and that is 1, 2, 3 extra land factories queued up. Yes, it is. So some extra PGens in the middle of those for adjacency, and a bunch more. Down here we have an extra single land factory, then air for Riot. So once again we can see that difference between land spam and a little bit of air. We'll see which one wins out. So far, I don't know of a game where the early air player has had the advantage. Been a bit of early harassment with the bombers, but then the other player has come back. Air from the eco perhaps? Uncertain. Uncertain. Either way, Air Factory was second for right. If you pop some bomber out of that, it might do well. And in fact, that's exactly what he's doing. So first bomber on the way. Has he got the energy for it? Well, yes and no. This building, oh my word, look at that build queue. Why wouldn't you just use this button right here? Infinite build. And it's all just interceptors and scouts. Just, I don't know. Anyway, let's not go there. Bomber is up and it can start going to do some bad things. Celine turns up on the left, but it's going to run into a Tham. Yeah, it's not going to go great. Celine versus Tham. The Tham's going to win every time, unless the Celine can keep a distance. But walking up point blank and prodding the bear, that ain't going to work. Defending anti-air from Elk. So either he's thinking about an incoming bomber, or he just does that because why not? Just in case. There is an air factory planned, but not before another few land factories. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 land factories and an air planned up, whereas we have an extra couple of land over there. I hear the bomber. Gets a bomb away, does not get a kill, and it might actually go down without a kill from the anti-air. Down to 1/3. That's a quarter health really. I will stick with the third health. And now we have Tham on Tham action. I heard a Celine just a moment ago, which is probably going to be the damage difference. Unless there's some missed shots. And that Tham's going to wander up this way and pick off an engineer because it can. On the right hand side, we can see there's a Celine and the Tham very heavily damaged. So they may have run into something else along the way, but they get cleaned up. Engie dead. Tham picks him up. Free kill. Right, more Tham on Tham action down here, and that was the damaged one from before, getting himself knocked off. He's rocking his way around, can maybe avoid this guy. See how that pans out. That bomber has disappeared. It has died to anti-air. There we go, got a kill on that guy. See that? Also scout around as well. There we go, kill on that guy. So this one killed the bomber. It has the higher rank of literacy. That one killed the scout. So defending air, anti-air does the job. See, there is another bomber here. Defensive. Going to knock out some of these raiding units, and not a bad choice really. You knock those on the head, you'll be doing alright. Raid on the right hand side from right. Unfortunately, I don't think he's got the units to pull this off. They are far more present from Elk, and he decides to drop back. And the commanders open up on each other, as commanders do. Looks like Ride is going to chase down Elk's comm. Don't let him get away. And in comes the bomber just to put an extra little bit of damage, just to keep Elk a little bit more honest there, and he can keep on walking. More bombers overhead. However, there's a couple of anti-air in this group here. They're going to do a good amount of damage to these guys once they get in range. And around behind the rock they go. So Elk's going to get away, and Riot's going to just steer forlornly base for a moment before walking away. Okie dokie. Evenish forces over here now. Some Thams are doing some shots, but there's a Zooey. And sitting still when there's Zooeys involved. Lucky. That shot was going to come for sure. But they wait, they loiter, they go on bypass, and they're going to pick up a mix and an engineer right there. Bombs in the middle again, having to go to each other, and Elk is down into the yellow as Riot pushes on up. Who has more units around them though? Well, that would be Elk, I believe. Down to under 8,000, both in yellow, so fairly even still. Yep, enough units on either side to shoot on back. Engineer over here is doing, well, not even reclaim. Nope. Just chilling to death. Alright, anti-air. You know what anti-air is not good at? Fighting tanks. Damn camera, that was going to be good. Although if they don't stand range, it's going to survive. Change your mind, come on back. Death collapse. Alright, on the right hand side though, extra raid from Elk is coming on down. Gonna knock out this massive tractor here, and Zooey is in place to knock out the radar. So that maybe that's why he's got one in the mix. because of course you can build a radar up here on the shelf with an engineer. Bit of an edge build will get out of reach of tanks, but not of artillery. In the middle, we see many units surrounding Riot, keeping us calm safe. Far fewer for Elk, so he's got to be a wee bit careful there. Now, if he had his bombers still around, they could come and clean up this group on the right. As it is, they're free to wander on it and keep taking out Eco left, right and centre. There's the bombers, they could come over and have a go. If they kill off the anti-air first, it'd be good. Then they have free range just to finish off these fellas. Although some ground units have been redirected, they'll be more than enough to take care of that. In the middle, we see large group units. Have a quick count here. Have 56 Thams. And a couple of Zoos for Riot. Compare that to the 30 Thams. And a few more Zoos for the Winter. So, stronger ground force for Riot. And hasn't mixed in anti-air. So as long as he keeps the bombers back, they'll be fine, because they won't run afoul of these guys. However, if it's the wrong movement, they will die. Oh, just skirts those. So close. Bomber overhead for Elk, and once again we mentioned about the whole air game. Gets a bomb away, gets a kill, but then we have this guy is going for what? He's going for his grave. Does a turn overhead of anti-air. Gets the bomb away and is actually going to kill the mass extractor. Okay. Kind of useful if it wasn't for the fact that the commander was in residence. You can just rebuild it nice and easily, but have a look, the main battle is just waiting to happen in the middle here. T1 bomber flying over again, dropping over some bombs. Inties are not quite in the right place to knock that on the head. But these guys are getting work done against static units, and Riot has to be a wee bit careful. His bombers have been thinning out his numbers somewhat, and his own bombers about to get caught on the ground by interceptors. See you later. That is a easy pickup for wounded Elk, who now controls air by the look of it. Yes, he does. He's got interceptors and bombers around. So Riot wants to have some AA in his land units. I would say about 2 minutes ago. Here comes the push. Well, there's a lot of Thams, there's a few Zoes and a few anti-air compared to what is basically Thams. However, they are going to get caught out by Zoe fire if they stand still, and Elk is going to get caught out if he stands still by Riot. So here we go, here's the ground battle. Could this be the deciding battle of the game? Well, does either person have overcharge? No and no. So no overcharge, just pure unupgraded comm and armies against the other. They're going to have a good old rumble. See how this is going. Bombs out. Knocks out 3 units. That was a good bomb from that guy. But we have bombers overhead for Elk as well. They're doing exactly the same job. Thinning out the army, knocking out the units. And it's all on right now. So this is... excuse me, sorry, bit of a hiccup there. This is the push from Riot. I don't know how well advised it is. Command is down to 8,400. Elk is down 7,600, so he is worse off. But the bombers overhead are a problem. Lots of NGs building point. PD. If he wanders into range of that, that's going to be a different story. And now he decides he has to fall back and get the eco. I hear anti-air, there it is. That's going to start knocking these bombs out of the sky, which it needs to do, because they are just harassing Rise units for no loss whatsoever. How's the rest of the map going? Well, we see here a small band was sitting there doing nothing. We have Energy has rebuilt that mix for Elk, but not going to be too long for the build that one is. There's a couple of Zoes in the region with a whole bunch of Thams, so that's going to die. Horrible death. Units on the right though, counter, and a gun upgrade. Hello. That is a gun upgrade for Elk, and well, if he can manage to pull that off. Ooh, Riot. No, Riot, you have just fucked up, my friend. Your comm is way too far forward, you have no support. Your health is going to shred off, oh my word. I don't think he's getting out of that too much fire. And that was a mistake from Riot, gonna hand the game off over to Elk. Or is he? No, yes he is, there we go. Oh dear. A misstep without his army could have had Elk there on the upgrade If he pushed with his comm and his army, I think he could have gotten that and then done a whole lot of damage from Zooey Fire onto Elk, and it might have got him the game, but that was a serious misstep into the massive army of Elks, and Elk will not look a gift horse in the mouth. Actually takes that win. I think Riot might have been in the better position, potentially. But it doesn't matter what position he was in, because now the position he is in is dead. He lost. Alright, Riot moves down into the losers bracket while Mr. Wait, what? What's my game? Elk. There we go. Elk moves into the winners bracket. Okay, game number 11. Just flying through these. Couple of hours in, we're halfway through, and we now move into the, I'm happy to say, the final game of this map. We're not going to see it again tonight, thank fuck. It's done, it's over. This is the only game. The last game, that's it. Anyway, we have... Now, we've seen Tom before. He got himself a win in the first round. This is the second round, remember. And he moved into the winners bracket, and he is facing off against Mr. Zwaffle Noob. So Tom Ruler is down the bottom, Zwaffle Noob up top here. He is Aeon, and he's got the first PGen. Then... that is new. The absolute vast majority of players will build factory first. Oh, Air Factory. This is a classic first bomber build. We'll just check down here. Name Factory, yeah, okay. This is a classic first really early bomber build. Single PGen followed by Air Factory and bomber. The PGen gives you enough to generate some eco after building the factory, and you'll have just enough. Well, I say just enough, but you'll have enough to finish off the bomber, then you can start on your mixers. But bomber and scout then mixers, but this is a gamble. You pull this off, that first bomber can do some great work. Big if. But anyway, bomber first to get partway over, scout second because of course it flies faster than the bomber, let it get ahead and let it find the targets, and if those targets happen to be a couple of engineers clumped together, you're going to see this guy. He's going to come in and he's going to bomb these, and if you're not paying attention to the scout or you don't see it, then that bomber is going to pick up a couple of engies for free. Go. Bombs away. And they just started the PGen just at the wrong time. Another bomb away, it's going to be another engie down. Not going to finish off the mass extractor either, so 3 kills already on that bomber, and that is going to be a massive irritation for Tom. Switches up to some anti-air, a very good move. First thing he did was go for that because he's going to need it now. But that damages the eco, and an anti-air turret, maybe not the right move. I probably would have stuck with using the mobile anti-air. You can then move it around and keep area cleared by just patrolling a bit, because that bomber has left the vicinity. He's going to look for expanding engies, but the question is, has it been worth it? Well, he's still building units instead of power. He's running off just the Hydra at the moment, whilst over here we see Zwaffle has gone straight for all engies after that. No ground units whatsoever. He's going to be relying on this bomber and this scout to do the work. Going to use the bomber defensively, I would imagine. Going to pick up some units, drop some bombs on them, and that will be how he stops the raid. So a couple of early bombs to knock out some engineers, slow down Tom's eco, and now the bomber has free reign to do that. Scout goes down to the anti-air. That's okay, the bomber has its next target, and it's this Aurora right here, which goes boff. They're on the way up, and now we're seeing some units coming out from Zwaffle. So Air Factory is just popping up some inties, just the one intie perhaps, just in case of a revenge bomber from Tom Ruler, but that has been good work from this guy here. Gonna be able to kill that spirit? The answer is yes, because the spirits are still. Bomb to the head. See you later. Flare is working its way around the back from Tom. Maybe it can pick up a kill. If it was paying attention, he could move up a bit closer, but in comes the bomber. Oh, no, wait, moves. Needs to dodge. Not going to dodge that. Yes, he is. No, just not quite. Dodged a little too late and will not succeed. Flares out everywhere. Bunch of flares out from Zwaffle. They're going to go hunting in packs. They're going to run into the commander, which won't help their cause. A single flare up here is going to run into a pair of them. That is just simply not going to do so well for that guy. Spirit is down though, so goodbye his intel. There's an engineer over here which is about to get blapped by a flare. Scout goes down to the Shimmer. Shimmer has 8 kills. Shimmer doing well for herself. In the middle. Okay. Have flares all over. 3 flares over here, and they have picked up the fact there's a lone engineer sitting by his lonesome, waiting to get an introduction to gunfire. Blap blap blap. Gonna finish off the mass extractor? Yes he does. But then he dies and the flares remain to look that up perhaps, or are they going to move on? Looks like they're going to move on. Just 33 health left on that. So close. Anyhow, interceptors out for Tom Ruler. Wants to go for this bomber over here. However, there are a couple of defending inties from Zwaffle, so expecting that, and now he's got some air control. Minimal though it is, that bomber is being enough of a harassment just to knock off these ground units for no response. Up here we see that Tom has moved up with his comm, is knocking down on the go there, and now he's getting himself caught out just a bit. He's got no ground units near his comm, and the flares are moving in. They can actually do a bit of damage, and Waffles decided he is going to push on this. Flares are having a great time. It's down with the yellow goes Tom. Tom's down 7,000 health, while Zwaffle is at 10.5. So he's got more than enough to survive that, and drops off actually, decides not to pursue, drops off thinking that perhaps there's more units coming, and well, there weren't. So I guess he doesn't want to risk it all. Bomber comes over though, and that's going to give him time to pause. Air fight over on the left hand side, Interceptor's being distracted by other ones, and also Tom is planning to try and drag them over his anti-air. Not a bad plan. If Zwaffle's not paying attention, he could lose all of those. Here we go though. He's stopped and they've turned away, and they'll be fine now. Maybe could have kept them coming over, although there's anti-air on the ground. She wrote on their front. Waffle is back there with his comm, regened over 10k just now, whilst Tom sits down there 6.5. So those flares made a heck of a difference. Bombs away. Taking out the mass extractor, although interceptors come around and they're seen to that guy. Nice flip and a spin, daggers into the ground. Alright, bomber over here from Zwaffle again, and it hasn't got any kills yet. This little flare gets caught by a couple of roarers. There's anti-air with that group as well. Go. Bomber bombs away, is going to kill off nothing. Completely misses, then gets blapped out of the sky by either by the inties. Bomber has another go. What's going to go for this time? The Aurora. Oh, the bomb hits the cliff. That's unfortunate. Going to get around for another drop though. Yes, it is. Going to kill the NG. Extra frustration. Okay, still got a flare down here causing issues. Let's have a look at the eco side of things. All Zwaffle up to 33 eco. He's actually got a T2 mix. I think that's the first T2 mix I've seen this entire first and second round on these smaller maps. But he has actually built one. He has actually upgraded one that's just about finished upgrading a second. Wowza. The first person to actually upgrade mixes. I'm astounded. Have a look at this. And units are it's all flares. 45 flares, so he is absolutely going for the bot rush. We've got 6 flares. But we do have 22 Auroras, so as long as he has radar, Tom should be alright, and the Auroras should be more than capable of taking out the flares at range. So intel's going to be the key, but then that will take care of the flares. But the eco, I just wonder if the flares are there to be harassing and cause a distraction, while Zwaffle gets his eco up. That's exactly what. So far, more upgrades on the way. How is he? He's fine on mass, so he's been reclaiming a lot, or he's been hoarding a lot, but either way he's got plenty of mass to do these upgrades with. Compare that to Tom, who, well, he's got half a bar, so he's not awful. He could think about doing an upgrade somewhere, and speaking of upgrades, I think that's a gun upgrade for the com. It's notification. Yep, range upgrade for Tom, a good choice. Particularly as there are Auroras on the field, and those things are really annoying when it comes to commanders, because of course they outrange them. Anyhow, let's see how this is going to feature. We have had that one paused now. This one is finishing off upgrade. Lots of power. And that's a T2 shift. So this is actually the first game. This is the, what, 11th game? 11th game in this section. Sorry. There have been a few defaults. That's probably about the 10th. Oh, 9th game, I think. 9th or 8th. But this is the first time we've seen tech. Everything for this has been T1, with the exception of Tom, who got a T2 upgrade on his com, which helped him win the previous match. But this is T2 units, T2 mixers, T2 units, the very first time in this opening qualifier tournament that we've seen that. It's going to be a problem. Right, over here, Tom with his gun range upgrade is doing wonderful things. Does he have overcharge? He really wants to have it. Yes, he does. So, overcharge for him, nothing for Zwaffle. But Zwaffle don't care, because he's got T2. And T2 NG coming out. What's going to be playing there? Oh, heavy. Well, T2 mixes now, so Zwaffle well ahead on that. T2 NG is out. First thing going down is power. Why not? Get some T2 power, you can then reclaim all of your T1 regions, and that will be all she wrote. But this is a large group supporting Tom's commander, and he can start getting a lot of things done, especially as he keeps that intel with him. He can just clean up these units entirely. What's the plan? Well, blazes are the plan apparently. They are a good answer. Don't really want to use the obsidians. While they can do a good amount of alpha damage, when you're facing up a large group of T1 units, the blazes will actually do better. You'll be able to take things out at a much greater rate. Not many shots wasted. The obsidians will overkill a whole bunch of these things, do a lot more damage than is required to knock out Auroras. And they have shorter range. The blazes have better range as well. Let's have a look. It's two an Aurora. I don't think he's even got any on the field, but there are a few blazes, and yeah, that will be much more helpful against that. How's that T2 BG going up? Well, it is just under, I'd say about 40% done. There's a mobile shield generator, so the anti-overcharge is that thing right there. When you overcharge, you hit that, it's just going to do a little bit of damage to it. It's not going to knock it out, and Zwaffle decides he's going to have a go. But you see right there, why the blazes are so good. Very high rate of fire, but having said that, that's a lot of units. T2 under the shields though, they're going to keep alive and start making mincemeat out of that overcharge onto a blaze. A great choice. Take those down, and that will absolutely help things out. Don't focus on the com, focus on the units. You clear all these out, and that's going to be a problem for Zwaffle because he does not have much on the ground. There are a bunch of flares coming up behind though. Don't want to get caught out by those, just be a little careful. Scoot, they swerve, they kind of duck and weave around the place, and oh, here we go, Zwaffle. He's still putting out those T2 units, but are they going to be enough to continue with a gun combo? He's got range but not speed upgrade, and if Zwaffle can clear out these supporting units, Tom's going to be in trouble. Looks like it's going to be reasonably, even though that was a good good overcharge from Zwaffle, so he's grabbed himself. Yes, he does have overcharge, and that picked up a whole bunch of units there from Tom, and Tom now has an issue where he's got the whole running out of unititis. Is now getting surrounded. This is a funny thing to do. You get the shield generator around the commander and it can't overcharge anything else. It has to focus down the shield gen and blocks his shots from getting out. However, must now have to fall back from Zwaffle because he just simply does not have enough, and their supporting army from Tom is in residence. Let's have a check while the power is done. Radar is going up, so Zwaffle kind of needs that radar to know what he's doing. We've got any other tech shift like air or something? Nope, just sticking with that. And more blazes coming out, so it is kind of desperate defending from Zwaffle at the moment. He has the eco for it, but he is facing a gun com while he has, well, I was going to say no upgrade, but he is grabbing it right now for his commander, and we have bombers in the mix to help thin out numbers, which they do, but they get downed as well by anti-air. We have forces shifting around to the right from Tom, so he's starting to put pressure on all the angles. Comms up here, if he knew that upgrade was going on, I doubt he'd be sitting here with his comm shooting at the hydro. If he knew that was there, he wouldn't be bothered shooting at the hydro. He hasn't scouted. He doesn't know, but now it is Guncom on Guncom. And that's also the speed upgrade for Zwaffle, so he gets that done, and that is going to be a massive game changer. Of course, Tom only has the range, and speed is done. He can now move and start doing way more damage, way quicker, and roll in the T2 hordes. See you later, Tom. You are not getting out of this. Guncom up there, Tom down here, surrounded by blazes. All they got to do is turn on him and he's a dead man. Shooting all the wrong things. He's shooting engineers, but there we go. The blazes turn, and it is see you later, Tom. So Zwaffle with a whole bunch of defending, holding an area, gets himself ecoed up, gets T2 mixes, gets T2 power, T2 factory, and held on long enough to build up a substantial force of lasers before they rolled out and just obliterated Tom. So Zwaffle goes through to the winners round, whilst Tom moves through to the losers bracket. Okay, first two rounds of the winners bracket. That has got us a good set of numbers, but now we're actually going to drop down to the losers bracket. Excuse me while I grab another drink. Absolutely need me some of that. And actually a slightly different kind of drink. A bit of fizz. So for game number 12, we were going to have Macro Noob versus Demon Streamer. So Demon Streamer lost out to Tom Ruler, who we just saw exit in the first round. And Macro Noob actually didn't show up. So that is a default. And that is going to be an easy victory for Demon Streamer. It is absolutely easiest victory you'll have when your opponent just simply doesn't show up. That was game 12. Alright, game number 13. Good time to take drinks. We have first losers battle. So bear in mind, whoever loses this game, they drop out of the tournament altogether while the other player carries on for a second chance. Trying to get a game against the winner of the winners bracket. And it is going down on a random generator map. And we are about to see two losing players. It is Rowan and Javi. These guys are going to have a go at each other. Alright, so random map, so we don't really know the map much at all. Small though, 5x5 kilometer. Up here on the side is Roman. He's sticking with UEF. He's sticking with Pink. And he's sticking with first lane 2 Pigeon. No hydro. It's all the way over here, so it's not really part of your opening build. So you want to do the Pigeons. Let's have a look down here. We see, well, Javi is doing a similar thing. He is planning up, looks like factory, a couple of Pigeons, makes me XP. Yeah. Let's just have a check on that, shall we? So it is 2x2, then 1x1. Factory, 2 mix, 2 Pigeon, mix Pigeon, mix Pigeon. Hey, why not? If it works, it works. Job done. However, there's enough reclaim around, and Rowan already has his next factory planned. Is he just doing one by one? No, then 1 to 3, 1 to 3. So he is planning to use some of that reclaim from the CNG. There we go. That's going to help boost his early power, and he'll be okay to float on that. So a bit of manual reclaim. Here's this reclaim, mix. And another way up here, do the same thing. Some reclaim and a mix. Not much reclaim on the map at all. We have a Selene out from Javi, so that's going to wander up this way, and it could catch this engineer here if it goes far enough. Is it, is the question. The answer? Yes, it's going straight for that mix. That might arrive there too late actually. Engineer is on the way, and might actually encounter a mech marine instead, so who's paying the most attention? Well, the Selene fires up and the Mech Marine opens back up on it, does a bit of micro, does a bit of dodging, and gets himself a kill. So Selene, no victory. Mech Marine gets himself a little... I like these guys, I'm not gonna lie. They're neat. I mean, they're weak, and they die to just about everything else, but they're neat. So chuck them on a Ghetto gunship, you can have a world of fun with those things. You know, here though, is he going to run into a Tham, or is he just going to skirt it? The answer is just skirt it, although he gets spotted by radar from a Selene, and yeah, you're going to need to run away from that. Scout is going to go down, single blap. Mech Marine stops and is going to get completely obliterated. Right down here though, these guys, they picked up a random engineer sitting over there. To scoot back there and just sit in the middle of nowhere, just holding fire. A Selene that kind of forgot to cloak. Yeah, if you're going to sit on a mix, you've got to cloak, be invisible. When you can be seen, it doesn't really work. And the striker comes up, finishes the job that the scout started. Yeah, not really good. So, referee mixes on this, and could have been absolute 1 versus 1. Selene and a Tham roll past, and the engineer kill him off. And they're going to move around to the back, so tiny 5 versus 5 map units all around the place, no real chokeholds. Everything is just absolutely mobile. We see the Mech Marine and Scout down here just loitering, waiting for another engineer to wander over, but they're not going to see it. Going to see a band of units instead, which are going to wipe out a striker who's all by his lonesome. A bad choice, but yeah, he's going to die. Down here, this engineer wants to think about moving away. He's not going to get that finish in time, but these guys are rolling on, and of course, a T1 PD would be a good idea if he finishes it. He would be able to hold that section for a very long time until some Zui showed up. But, yeah, not going to happen, and it's just going to turn into a waste of mass. So, half a T1 PD, and let's just see how much mass was wasted there. It was not too bad actually, just probably about 120 odd mass. Still, dead is dead, and that's the end of that. These guys are where the Thams are coming, decides, yeah, no, don't want any of that. Skirt right to the edge and maybe pick up an energy should it turn up. Right, push up on the left, the right hand side now from Javi, and it's going to take out yet another mass extractor. Got some defending units starting to clump up on that side as well, so they're going to need to turn back, and they have been spotted. Poor little guy dies to 5 Thams in a Selene. Never stood a chance. Right in the middle, there it is, com action. We've been waiting for this. Two guys having to go to each other because why not? Right, radar is up, so he's actually grabbed his hydro. It's going to help his eco there, and units are coming right in to support the commander. Looks like Rowan has decided, you know what, I'm going to go for this. If he can bring in enough units and do enough damage to Javi before he gets away, he might be alright. However, excuse me, sorry. While the units are coming in, they are getting swarmed by other units at the same time, so he might not get quite as much done as he thought. However, a bit of raiding going on, a couple of strikers back here going to pick up that mass extractor, hopefully. But still, Javi is in range of Rowan's com, taking more damage, down 7,000, so he's given up 3,000 hit points right now. However, that is a large band of units, and Rowan needs to be careful now. doesn't have a lot in the way of defensive units. And is that striker going to kill the Tham? Not quite. And hello, Rowan is in trouble. No supporting units. He does have some extra health, but all his shots are going on Javid right now. And this is a huge band of units surrounding him. If they all focus fire on the commander, he's going to have a terrible time of it. Watch the health shred off him in a gratuitously fast way. Look at that go. 2,000, 1,500, 1,000. Goodbye, Rowan. So that is Rowan. He is out of the tournament, losing in the losers bracket. He goes down. Javi stays in. Right. That was match number 13. Match number 14 of, as I say, 25. It was another default. So in the first round we had, it was Castaway. He did not turn up for the match, so no one cares gets a default victory over Castaway. And he moves through while Castaway pops out. That was match number 14. That was simple. Alrighty, match number 15. Here we go. Oh look, it's another default. No, I'm not kidding. So this, I'm not sure who didn't turn up, but they lost in the first round and they did not show up for their second match and they lost by default. It is the last default, so there are no more. It is just match after match from here on out. Okie dokie. So that leaves us moving on to match 16 of 25. Oh wordy, it is a long one. I honestly will do as many as I can, but I don't know the length of these, and if we don't get through them, we don't get through them. I'll keep going till probably for another couple of hours, so we'll see how we go. Either way, we are doing it. It is match number 16 in the second round of the losers bracket, and it's going down on a map we have seen before in later matches. There's Oracle. Alright, so today, first match on Oracle between these two guys, and up on the top here, it is Matry. It is the fake Matry. It's Toponi, you fake bastard, and he's opening up first land as Cybran. And he is purple, getting that PG adjacency once again. It does have a Hydro nearby, so might be planning to get engineers out for a reclaim first, because there's quite a bit to be had. Got a few rocks, got a few trees, not looking bad. Anyway, his opponent, and he's planned everything. Wowza. It is Demon Streamer, and he has got Aeon, light blue, Land Factory, PG, more Land Factories, and interestingly, popping the Air Factory there. Oh, there is a Hydro right there. It's right there, you could just start building it. Manual Reclaim ahoy. Wants to grab all of those trees and then consider maybe getting either way. He's doing all that, and now he's got the Hydro planned from that guy. Yep, indeed. More mana reclaim, clears the path, and is going to grab the Hydro. So 4 land factories, 1 air factory planned for Demon, whilst we still have the single land factory. Matry, who fake Matry, wandering his way out to the front. Up here, Hydro is getting built, so there was 1 PG to help assist that. Probably some reclaim, there it is. That's going to finish up, and we have PGs planned and Air Factory. We are about to start our second factory. There we go. Air Factory started by Demon Streamer, so he's keeping his comm in the base with that extra build power. We'll see if that is the right choice. Whilst Fake Matry moves his comm up towards the front, he wants to try and get here, I imagine, to claim all of this, because there's a decent amount of reclaim in the mid. We zoom to just here, if we include these little side bits, that is over 3,000 reclaim to be had. For just this section, 1,600. So that's just about a couple of T2 mixes worth of reclaim there. You don't want to miss out. And sending the commander up isn't a bad plan. Defending units out on the left, going to Mantis for the scout. Stop against this kind of thing. Not a bad idea. Right, Hydro is done, more power going up, but still with just the 1 factory, it does put Fake Matry at a bit of a disadvantage in regards to build power, and we see a first bomber is coming up for Mr. Demon Streamer. That's going to be an annoyance. try to lose my voice. Okay, first bomber is done, and what do we have in the way of defense? Well, not much. There is an air factory going up pretty quickly. He's going to want to spit an interceptor out of that first thing to try and defend against that bomber. The bomber is on the way. Now there are a few little flags dotted around, but these are civilian and they're actually neutral. So they will not shoot the bomber as it goes past. They will not shoot anything as it goes past. You could send some engineers up and reclaim them. And we have a spirit which is going to fall afoul of Matry's, fake Matry's comm. Bad times for him. Right, we have a scout followed by an interceptor, so yep, that bomber may get very little done as the case may go. Now it is a 10 by 10 map, so we may see some tech roll off onto this, and Matry's comm has reached the middle. Going to pop down a factory first, then look at reclaim. Speaking of reclaim, that is ballsy. Yes, this is fake Matry. This is Depony. No, it's fake Matry. Fake Matry's Depony, real Matry's Ryphon. Because Ryphon was the real Matry first. Depony's fake Matry. Alright, that's a reclaim order from these guys anyway, so it looks like Demon Streamer is being a bit greedy. I'm going to try, but I don't think he's going to quite succeed in getting all of that. So over here, there is a couple of defending forces over here, and of course there's a commander here who's built up a factory, and well, he can now start doing all sorts of things. Bomber is coming in. Question is, has it been spotted by the pony? Well, not yet, but wait for it. It's going to drop a bomb. It's not going to drop a bomb, it's going to fly on over and keep flying over. And is it going to try and kill a clump? Well, these engineers are kind of spread out. I don't think it's going to get much done, and now it's been spotted. It's going to get maybe one bomb away before it dies a horrible death. And there we go, one bomb, one kill, and dead. That is not worth the time. Not worth the mess. In the middle, we see Matry is rolling up with his comm, and this engineer is going to get a bit of reclaim, but then it's going to get a laser to the face, and it's not going to get much more than that. Comparatively, we have a bunch of engines out from this factory that fake Matry put up, so that's going to help. Engineer goes down. And now all of this belongs to the fake Matry. You can scoop it at will. It's got plenty of engineers out here, and the question is, are you using it to upgrade or get more build power? Well, the answer is more build power. Don't see any upgrades on the mass extractors. It is power up and finishing up an anti-air turret just in case, but you know, looking at this, the amount of forces coming along the south side from the demons, so he hasn't been entirely idle. It looks like he wants to push out this way, and why not? There's a good amount of reclaim to be had here. Maybe not as much as the mid, but that's still reclaim, and you don't want to give it up. Plenty of rocks, plenty of trees, chuck down a factory, get a exactly that. Assist move for the reclaim, and that'll work out pretty good. But in the middle, we see old fake Matry has moved right on up, has scooped basically all of this with engineers, and is now starting to pop out units. We did not see an upgrade, but however we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 landings. We have a transport for a drop, so engineers are going over to, well, anywhere that's got some reclaim to be had. Amusingly, there is a rock sitting on top of this mass extractor, so you can't build it without getting the reclaim first, so hey, why not? Two birds with one stone, pop an engineer down, say hey, build me that, and you got it. Okay, what's going on down here? Well, he's just standing there, wondering what to do with himself. Should he walk forward? Should he shoot this? Should he reclaim it? Looks like it's going to be a shoot option. Is he actually going to open up? Nope, just going to stand right there. Okay, not much doing. First little bit of fighting down on the bottom side. Some Mantis get split by an Aurora and a Spirit, so the Auroras will have the advantage if they can stay at range. Once again, we have that whole key if thing. If he can't stay at range, he's going to have a bad time. Bomber overhead is going to look at maybe circling back. Yes, it is. There we go. We see the circle. Going going to drop a bomb on these guys, and they're going to have a terrible time of it. Bombs away. Which one's going to eat it? Middle two. Good. Is that... Oh, there's actually a Seraphim transport. Just sitting there waiting to be reclaimed. Is there one on both sides? Yes, there is. So nice symmetrical map, as it should be for a 1v1 later. But let's have a look at the units. They have been coming out. So Demon has focused a bit more on lane units. He has 43 Auroras. We compare that over to Fake Matry. He has 37 Mantis, and of course he has that whole problem with radar. No radar for him means he doesn't know what he's walking into, and he's losing units around the place because Mr. Demon has his built up quite well in nice little clumps, whereas Fake Matry is streaming them around the place. Okay, let's have a look. He has a good little bit in the middle. Support factories there, and as long as his commander doesn't get caught out, he'll be fine. I mean, you can run for the water. This is deep enough to hide in, safely from ground fire T1 Arty. Expansionistic though. We see we have Demon up here with his comm. He's grabbed this expansion, grabbed the 3 mass extractors, popped down some factories, which will be an annoyance should they decide to start streaming up this way, which they might. Comparatively, Fake Matry has not grabbed this expansion over here, which would traditionally be his, I would guess. Instead, his comm just seems to be wandering around a little bit. Not really involved, just knocking things off at random. Yeah, killing the engineer or two. Take out a random mass extractor. Wait. Okay. So we have a T2 mix planned. Got some assistance going down on that from NGs. And that'll just gradually work its way up whilst he does other things. Have we had any upgrades up here? Well, nope, no upgrades, none planned. So sticking with the T1 mixes is Fake Matry. And just getting up some T1 power. He's got 2 air factories now, building on up. Just seeing more Mantis coming out. So T1 Spam is the name of the day. T1 Spam up the top is catching some Auroras flat-footed. Guys are stopping only to die because they have such little health. Up here, and that looked like it had been a drop or a move from Demon. And looks like Matry got the reclaim order off first because that engineer survives. That one doesn't. Dropping up here to grab this reclaim. Got a few rocks and a nice little shape on that. So a few, or just one big one? One big one. And then of course you can reclaim these, get rid of extra eco out of the deceiver by killing it. We have some on-com action, so Fake Matry has walked up this way. He's thought, let's see what's over here. Oh, I see. There's an enemy commander over here. Along with the base. Along with units. Maybe I won't loiter. Okay. Down here we have a whole horde of engineers having caught up by Mantis. I don't know if they're going to finish that in time. They're just going to pretty goddamn quick in it. So it will finish, and it's going to be a good help at knocking out these Mantis, but all the engineers are getting slaughtered. And the T1 PD ends without walls, so it's not going to last long if it gets focused down actually. No walls equals dead pretty quickly. But does enough to take out a bunch of Mantis, but they're still able to run past. Only going to be able to clear out this section quite easily. In the middle though, we have large armies having to battle. Massive amount of Auroras in the middle, trying to keep a range from these Mantis who will undoubtedly rush them as they need to do. We see Fake Matry has pulled his combat, decides not to stick around there. Not a bad idea. Probably a few too many units to worry about. Up here, more Mantis just doing a bit of a raid, and that's a factory. That could be annoying. Get a factory up here, throw some units out. Maybe some T1 Arty to be a little bit raidy. Does he have any idea of here? Well, no, he doesn't. No radar of any kind. Hasn't scouted there for a while. Have a look at the middle. Let's check out the numbers once more. You have 63 Auroras for a Demon. Compare that to 63 Mantis. So, even on the ground, but I would probably pick the Mantis to win that battle. They get in range, they can do their thing, and that will be the end of it. These guys down here are just working away on this factory. Not going to be too much longer before it is dead. And we even have some more Mantis coming in, so it's going to be a horrible time. Bomber comes over. Can I drop a bomb in time to save things? Oh, it's not even going that way. It's changed its mind. That's right. They'll sit there quite happily. Killing off factory. Killing off engineers that roll out. But in the middle, it was a bomber. It died to AA, I think. Here it is. Tire gun in the mix of those guys so the bomb doesn't get enough done. Another one comes along. And of course we have this factory is done and out come flares. Right. Bomb is here wandering on the way back. We could get some bombers up this way. They'll be able to take out their factory quite easily. Focus on down, but they are spread bombing this force in the middle. You see the bombers are going for different units, just split the bombs out, killing things willy-nilly, doing damage all around in the general kind of area. And some mantis have rolled all the way into Demon's base. Okay, there was a drop from Fake Matry. Looks like he dumped an engineer down here to build those. Maybe he was planning to put one down here. Hasn't happened though. And now, okay, this has been spotted. Yep, bomber is picking up the flares one by one as they roll off the mountain. Got himself 3 kills now, and yeah, I don't think that's going to be too much of a hassle at the moment. However, hover units will be making their way across the water, just having a bit of fun as they go. Bombers out here from Demon doing the same number on Fake Matry's units as he was doing to theirs. Bombers on the ground getting killed by a bomber. The shame. The shame. Gonna land? Nope. He's gonna lift off and avoid that fate. But he'll be alright. Transport over here. Well, where's that going? Maybe it's going for the top corner to do... Looks that way. To do exactly what was done to him up there. However, there are some mantis going on. They're going to clean up this. It's just flares. I think he'll be okay. In the middle. Bombers still doing their thing. Oh, lovely clump. Would have loved a bomb right there. But every bomber that comes in, every bomber that kills a few units, there's just a few less on the ground to deal with. And if he drops a bomb there, it'll be horrendous. Bombs away, oh my word. Look at the devastation. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 wrecks. 14 wrecks from that pass. That is a huge blow to the ground forces. All clumped together very nicely, just well waiting for a bomb to drop on them. And now we have a run by coming back here that Hydro is about to go pop. More units coming on through. Oh dear, the rating is very real. Right, these guys have managed to get all the way to the factory, and they are going to, well, they're not going to kill it because they moved too far. That's unfortunate. Need to come back just that tiny bit to start killing the factory. In the middle. Well, I'd still say, I think Demon has more units on the ground until things like that happen. Nicely clubbed together, just waiting for the bombs, and now he's in range of the eco. So these mass extractors, these factories under threat. Gonna need to grab these guys and move them over to help out. Bombers are doing their thing, killing off some NGs, killing off some anything. Group down here getting caught, and yeah. Got some Ferbers in the mix too, so they're going to help take down units quite nicely. Of course, Ferbers do about as well against Mantis as Auroras doing close range. They just get obliterated. Right, these units have come back, but they're still forgetting to kill the factory. Really want to be doing that. Now there's an NG on the threat. Dear oh dear. Huge fracas in the middle, and where is, well, there's Fake Matry's comm up there. There is Demon's comm over here. Still not worrying about the banger. Give it a reclaim, get some extra eco. You'll be having a good time. And speaking of eco, let's have a look-see. We have a bunch of T2 mixes, and that's an air upgrade. Yes, it is. So going for T2 air is Demon. That could be a very key thing in the battle. Some T2 engineers are out. They have finished T2 power and T2 land. Is that T3? Is he going for T3? That cheeky little fucker. He's absolutely going for T3. Checking out the eco back here though, we already have T2 land up for Matry. Units are coming out. He doesn't have T2 air. Does have a few factories though. They're all popping out as well as you please. Oh dear, let's see how this is going to work. Is T3 going to complete in time? Is it going to be enough to assist? And that's Swift wins. Now, I'm not convinced Swift wins mass for mass are as good as interceptors, except when it comes to chasing down T3 bombers, because, you know, Swift ones are faster, but not sure about that. Anyway, Demon is just getting harassed a little bit. He'll be fine. But there are some rhinos. And we see Fake Matrix Com is pushing up this way. He's going to start having a bit of a lark over here. Take us some build power. He'll be good. Really wants some radar though. Like, he can't really see what he's doing. It's just sort of like moving units all around the place. Comparatively, oh, Demon's in the same boat. Not enough radar, not enough intel. These guys don't actually know what they're fighting up against or what they're facing. And there we see this factory is going down. But Demon is well ahead on the eco game at the moment. Let's check the totals. Well, there we go, 46k to 35. So he is not only got more income, he's actually also got more outright eco. Find that factory is 45% done towards T3. And when those harbingers start rolling off, oh dear, it's not going to be a good time. However, on the ground right now, Fake Metri has the advantage. He has all units, but without the intel, doesn't really quite know what he's up against. He doesn't know just exactly how open. Up here, you could send some units up there, wipe out those factories. Our bomber is going over, probably going to take out the eco first. Why not? Looks like some engineers are out. Bombs ahoy, going to catch an engineer in the pass, as well as a mass extractor. This is a very slow death for this Mantis, getting picked off by scouts of all things. Finally goes on the move. I would actually move down and kill some things, although slowly. Strange thing for a Mantis to do. But he gets over and he starts to kill him. Might as well, is he going to survive long enough to kill everything though? Down goes one engineer, down goes another one, another spirit, and the final NG dies off as well. Yes, it does, just. And bombers all the way over here. So bomber harassment left, right and centre, although Demon does have a bit of air. I'm not sure why he's not using it to help defend. There we go, here's a move where they've finally been spotted. And away they go. Maybe a little bit too late. All the mixers are down, they can start working on the units. In the middle we see engineers doing the whole reclaim thing. So Matry has spammed up a bit more reclaim. He has got a bit more eco. It's kind of caught up Demon, especially with knocking out those mass extractors there. We see there's a drop right in range of an Aurora, not the greatest place to drop an engineer. We should probably see that turn and kill. Oh no, it's a Rhino. I thought he was dropping an engineer. But no, he's not. It's a Rhino. Let's clean up that. Job done. Right, down here we have a Rhino which was just going for a bit of a wander. Gonna run into a whole band of Auroras and a... was that a stun from a bomber? Here is the bomber. Bomber drops the bomb, Rhino gets stunned, takes some extra damage and is missing his shots on that Aurora there. Point blank, can't hit the thing. And the air has been caught out. For Matry, those swift winds do come in and they just carve a path through the interceptors of Fake Matry, so he has lost air control. And more swift winds coming out. The T3 has been done, and this is a harbinger on the way. Is that T3 power? Honestly, but okay. Say hello, Harvey. Is that the first one? I think it's the first one. I don't see any other on the field, but no, that's alright. Rhino makes his way up this way, is taking out a fervor or two. Stands still and takes a bunch of fervor fire to the face. Look at the health just disappear. Not a great place to sit. He's gonna die. Horrible, horrible death. Not before taking out a bunch of fervors though. Okay, T2 on the ground is doing okay. In the middle is holding for now, but the problem is that's not what he's facing. Yeah, still just T2 back here. We have got some hives down for extra build power. But he's going to want to think about T3 as soon as he sees that Harbinger turn up. Unless the Harbinger has been slapped in a transport. Nope, those are engineers. I thought maybe he's going to put the Harbingers in a transport and then drop them somewhere. If he dropped those out, managed to get those into the back of the base, that could do a huge amount of damage. There's not much in the way of defending units back here, of course. They're all being streamed off to the front line to assist with this battle going on here, because why wouldn't you? Bombs are out and they're just picking off what they can. Engineers are dying a plenty, trying to get what reclaim they can, but not doing so well. More bombs here, 3 engineers all sitting in a nice little clump and pick up a further on the way past, because hey, why not? More rhinos coming over, they're going to help kill things off. We see a group of furthers moving off towards the top, and they could do with a bomb. Or few, why not? Get some T1 bombers on the way. I think they've been spotted. This guy seems to be beelining in their direction. No, he stopped. Never mind, take that back, but they're going to run into some rhinos anyway. They won't be too long. Where have those Harbingers gone? Have they been picked up, or are they walking? Looking for the transport. No, they're walking to the front, but they are going to be a huge game changer. So up here we can see that Fake Metry has really won out the middle, but only because Demon dropped off and grabbed more Harbies. And look at his eco now. He's got a T3 max. He's up to 80 income. That to the 57 of Fake Metry. So he needs to do something about that before he loses the game. Has units coming in left, right and centre, pushing all over the place, and kind of makes things a bit difficult for Demon. He does have T3, but the question is, which way does he react with that T3? He's got units up the top here having to go to T2. Oh, finish it off, please. Finish it off. It's T2. You want to kill it. Down here, units are pushing in as well, killing off units, killing off NGs. So close. Oh, it just finishes up onto T2. That's unfortunate. And these guys have pushed into the base, and now they're going to see Harbingers. They could have finished off that. And bombers coming in and getting absolutely smashed down by this air wing. Just happened to be sitting at the right spot to kill those. Looking at the map control, very much in the hands of Fake Metry. Very much in his control, but the eco and the tech currently belongs to Demon. Now then, has he noticed the Harbingers, and is he changing up to T3? Well, not as yet. He is getting Corsairs, so maybe he's planning on doing some bit of an air attack on those poor little Harbies. They I say poor little Harbies, but you know, they're T3, they're pretty tough. It's going to take a few Corsairs to knock them down, and he's still sticking with the T2 ground for now. Alright, got a further here. He's having a grand old time killing off units one by one. They're just sitting here quite oblivious to what's happening. Then they get to move on. Rhinos on the left. I hear... Yes, I do. I hear Spectres. Well, Spectres are a nice little gunship. They've got a good amount of alpha damage. They'll change from vanilla, where they used to just plink away for ages past, but now they do a huge amount at once. Rhinos need to move on, and they can knock off that. It'd be a good extra denial of 6 income for Demon, and get in there, do that. Speaking of things getting into the base though, a couple of Mantis having a winning time over here. Kill off a bunch of engineers before getting finally finished off by a T1 bomber and some Spectres. These guys moved in yet? Yes, they have. They've killed off that mix there. Hasn't done a lot to dampen Demon's eco though, still at 92. Fake Metry is behind on 66, so he's about 50% ahead on eco. I think Metry needs to consider this and work on getting some of that up. Still sticking with the T2 air. Got some more Corsairs coming out. Have we seen a T3 shift? Still not yet. So either he missed the memo where there are T3 in the region, or he's just sticking with his T2 for now, and while they're doing okay. The Rhinos are coming in. They are... Oh, there was a Corsair, and that might have been a T3 mix actually, and that's done a huge amount of damage now to Demon's eco. Looking a little bit more. He was pushing 100 just not that long ago. Now he's down to 77. So the Rhinos have done a good job coming in. And actually there's another one there. So I'd say that was probably between the Rhinos and the Corsairs, and that has caused a little bit of havoc in Demon's base, so he's got to now try and rebuild all of that. Not a bad effort. Harvey's in the mid. Well, he knows they're there, but what's he going to do for them? Not seeing a lot. Getting some radar. It's a slow upgrade if ever I've seen one. Gradually going. In the back. There we go. T3 shift. And are these going to assist? Well, yes, they are. Looking like they're assisting that shift. Needs to happen. Needs to get his eco up as well, though. Demon starts DT on his comp. Strange decision. Over here we see the Harbingers. Well, the shields go down and they start being a lot weaker. Still, Rhino is no match. Goes down here, taking out more fringe mass extractors. Do have the Harbies in the mid trying to take things out, but they've got to be a little careful with their movement. If they get caught, they could get overwhelmed by this sizable force, and he'd still lose them. Be not careful. Alright, got to drop back with those though. Fakematry realizes he's just overextending it a little bit. And stealth com, yeah, just stealth com, no gun. If he threw a gun upgrade on that, that might be a good answer to the Harveys supported by units. And these guys are moving up again. Bombers are coming in with their spread attack, gonna knock off a bunch of units. There you go, a bunch of Medusas, and there we go. Gun upgrade for the com. Because why not? Get some overcharges in there, that's going to take care of the Harbingers quite happily. His own T3 upgrade is 60% done, so having a good time with that. Alright, things go a little bit quiet. This game is going on and on. Down here there has been a rebuild of... wait, what? Straight rebuild of T3 mass extractor, so we did have a T3 engineer to do that with. Taking a while, but as soon as it's done, his eco will take a nice little bump again. In fact, it's almost done, and he will pop near 100 income. There we go. That's a GC silhouette. I recognise one of those anywhere. So he is planning on building an experimental. Okay. I mean, I don't exactly know why. You've got plenty of ground forces ready to go. Your opponent doesn't have T3 on the ground. Do you know this? Well, you haven't scouted in a... I have scouted. You know what's there. Matry scouted his opponent. Well, he did. He managed to kill a whole bunch of stuff with those Corsairs. So he knows exactly what's going on. And you know what? Why not? Push some units up. Bombers en masse. Throw these down. They can take this, strip the shields off the Harbingers. Make them a bit less healthy. Corsairs come in to help finish the job. Harbingers go and pop from the air. Where is your air wing demon? Well, it's down here doing absolutely sweet fuck all. Ignoring Corsairs and the T1 bombers, killing off the Harbingers. Look at them go down. Very good air raid from Fakematry. Taking those guys out, doing some extra damage, just slowing them down. In the meantime, here comes a push down the mid. Well, they're going to run into a pair of Harbingers and a commander down here, so I don't think it's going to get a lot done, but it is enough to cause them to fall back with the units. And here comes the gun com. He's got stealth, he's got gun, he better have overcharge. Plenty of overcharge, so he's got enough to knock off a bunch of units there, and Harbinger gets caught out in the middle of all of that, and he's going to have a horrible time. Assuming some of those Medusa fire hits, but in come these Spectres. They're going to help clean up the numbers as they do, and that is something Fakematry has to be careful of. Spectres is enough here to kill him very quickly, and he does not have a lot in the way of anti-air. Single bagger down here unfortunately has been spotted and chased down, but they're busy shooting the ground. It's going to survive just that little bit longer. Luckily for him, the hill is in the way. Has a few pot shots at some some swift winds flying on by. And now we see the effect of a gun com with overcharge. Harbingers have no chance at that range. Bunch of fervors dropping hardy shells over onto that. Poor hapless. Oh, look at that overcharge. Stripping out the T3 units just like that. Not a good look. Did we finish T3 upgrade? Yes, we did, and we have bricks. Okay, so now we have equal tech on the ground, but we do not have equal eco, and oh my word, am I seeing what I'm seeing? Is that real? 144 income for Demon versus, yep, a true 64, so he has over twice the eco of Fake Matry right now, and that GC, which I laughed at before, is actually going up pretty damn quickly. Yeah. Hey, Fake Matry, have you scouted that? No, you haven't. He has no idea it's being built. At the moment, it feels like he's just trying to hold on to what he has. He's had to put the gun comm up into action to shoot off the Harbingers. And now he's got some of these coming up for base, although, nah, of course he is going to have a good go at those. They're not going to get anything done, but they have taken out some eco. Right. Bricks ahoy. Still just T2 mixes in his base. Not looking great, and we see the Spectres are out. Nice spread formation, trying to hunt things to kill. Will this drop make it? Oh my word, it has gotten there. And those Medusas are going to get down, and see you later, T3 Extractor, as well as whatever else I can get their grubby little shells on. They're actually going to do enough damage to kill that. They're moving away a bit, and they're starting to shoot at other things. They didn't... Oh, no, 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 please, no. Oh, thank you. I was going to cry if they did not finish off that T3 max. I really was. That was going to be absolutely horrible. But in the middle, we see Matry has been caught out. As mentioned, a lot of Spectres can do a lot of damage. Has got a banger. If the banger goes down, he's in bad times. Gunship just drops down. Now this Harbingers have reached, and he's in more trouble. He needs to get some overcharges on them to kill them off. He needs to get some defending units in to get in the way. It is just one Harbinger for now, but they are fast little bastards, and they could catch up to him quite quickly. Ooh, look at those shots coming in, taking a lot of damage. Down, and he's gone. Got caught out by the Spectres and the Harby push, and then there was a sniper bot coming in as well, so it didn't actually even need the GC. Matry caught out in the mid against T3 units. Dangerous time for the comm, but he had to try and do something to counter the Harbingers. He was way behind on eco, way behind on pretty much everything. Looked like he was doing alright at the start of the game. Good little battle going on, but at the end, it is a win for Demon Stream. So Fake Matry drops out of the tourney. Depony is gone. Demon Stream moves on through. Oh lordy, that won't be on for a bit longer. Longest game of the night so far, the highest tech of the games so far. Didn't quite get an experimental finished, but goes. Alright, game number 17. 25. Don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. I have been going for a few hours now. Let's have a look. So next up, we are still in the second losing bracket, so we remain on Oracle. And we go for our next pair, trying to avoid a second loss. While I have another drink. And today, this game is going on between Unknow and Javi. So Javi, remember, got caught out before and dropped into the loser bracket, then got himself a win against Rowan Moose. Up against Javi. So up here we see Seraphim in combat green. It's building at Land Factory first. Javi is bragging he has a build order in this map made by Harvard engineers. Well, if Harvard engineers played this game, I might be impressed. But anyway, he's also Seraphim. So Seraphim mirror matchup, it is Cyan and Combat Green. Both open first land into a first mix. Just together adjacency, so it appears they are both going to go for the first Hydra build. Okay. Tell you what. Been a good few matches. Been a good little tourney. Alright, and Unknown says, cool, nice. Cool story. No boodles, he's just testing, just chilling. Cool. Maybe not the best idea. Alright, there we go, Commander coming to the back along with the engineers, gonna grab that Hydro. And exact same thing going on down here for Javi, so
Same build openings, they are good to go. The question is, what is the next set going to look like? Therein lies the question. Not even helping, so Javi a little bit distracted. Maybe he's doing some manual reclaims, but either way, yep. Manual reclaim, ahoy, I want to grab all of that. And then move up to the mid. In the meantime, there we go, there's your assist order. It's being built. Up here we have slightly better attention. It's micro, look at that. All of that. Same thing here. I'm going to grab all that reclaim, grab all the rocks they can. Factory is done, PGs and air factory. So some of the builds, mundane factory, hydro, bunch of PGs, then air factory. Exact same thing going on down here. Alright. Now I am kind of surprised that last game neither player actually went to reclaim the flag. I mean, it's a couple of, you just sit an engineer on it, they don't just gradually schlep their health away. It dies, you get the reclaim, hey reset, you got some extra eco. So maybe their positioning made it a bit less of an attractive idea just based on having to keep the engineer alive, but I thought this one at least might have been a target. Still looks pretty good. Shooty. This guy. Floaty hovery cannon. That's alright. You could capture. Depends if you need the mass or the unit more. But you know, capture uses resources. Did you? I'll tell you what, they didn't help you. You still died. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. You did good. Better than I would have done. I probably would have been dead in like 10 minutes. Not that great at 1 versus 1s. Not that great at the game. Alright. Well, you kind of do. Cybran. So, Cybran units, Cybran AA, do have ground. It's ineffective as hell. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it is a ground unit. The Seraphim T3, yeah, Cybran AA can target ground units, as well as the Seraphim T3 units. I don't know, I thought your causes did right. They took out a whole bunch of eco when they did the raid. But the Seraphim T3 lightning tanks, they shoot ground units as well. So yes, there are some air units in the game that shoot ground. There you go, Ludwig, you learned something today. But yes. Even the T1 units for Cybran do hit ground units. Terrible, but yeah. Unknown's laughing at something, I don't know what. Maybe the bomber that failed to drop a bomb or attacked his commander? Yes, indeed. So bombed his commander for no real gain. Although if he gets another bomb off and kills an engineer, it'll be redemption. Still no bomb. And there is an interceptor on his butt. Bombs away! Well, he kills off 2 engies. I think that's maybe evenish. That's okay. But yes, jump into, you know, test game against AI or something. Just put a whole bunch of flackers Cybran and, or even T1 AA and see what happens. Does exactly that. Alright, we have a Selene having to go at a mass extractor, but gets knocked off by a Tham. Passing Tham just keeps on going. Looks like he's popping up to the back here to defend against any engineers coming for that. Bomber over here got himself 4 kills, so he's done much better than the bomber from Javi. Does a short, sharp turn, defeats the interceptor by doing so. Another bomb away. Is it enough to knock these out? Well, no, but a huge amount of damage. One more bomb would have knocked out 6 T1 E-gens. Is there another bomber coming in to finish the job? Or no, there's not. Unfortunate. So close, but so far. Anyway, let's have a look at the rest of the map. Do we have another bomber out from Javi? Is going to try and find some other engineers. Commander's chomping around the corner rather than up the mid. Curious choice, because there's a lot of reclaim to be had there. I am hearing, yep, Selene and Tham having to go at a mass extractor. Because why not? Right, this guy gets a bomb off. He's got himself 4 kills, so 4 engineers sitting in a small clump right there. Very good work by that guy. And what's going to kill next? Maybe this engineer. Maybe he's going to try and turn and drop off another bomb. There we go. Another 3, 4 engineers. 8 kills for that guy. That was a very effective bomber. 8 kills out of that guy. He's a heavy man until he gets shot. Right, down this way we see the Selene and Tham having a great time until a counter Tham turns up. 2 of them in fact. So yes, this one will survive and kill this guy. But maybe not. Just one more shot would have done it, but he does not get a kill at all. Alright, down here units are just streaming on past, plinking as they go. Stops here and maybe he will start killing the mass extractor. Tham does a U-turn, comes back to defend and is probably going to succeed. Yeah, much less health on that guy. Second Tham comes in, absolutely going to help out finishing there. No repair would have done on these, so another bomb would finish them off, but hey, things you don't know. Right up here we see that Unknown is still tromping around with his commander, and well, maybe he needs to be a little careful, because if he runs into Javi's comm, he could bring all these units back to surround him and he will have a terrible time, because all of Unknown's units are back here. Though he has got the opportunity now to kill off a bunch for basically free. He'll take some damage, but he'll regenerate that health pretty quickly, and he'll be okay. Alright, raiding going on everywhere from Javi. There's just units left, right and centre. Popping up this way, some getting over there, some coming over this way. He has been counter-raided down here by a few units, but they have stalled. In the mid we see Unknown is dropping back. Could run into a couple of them, so he'll be fine, but there's a large group of units up here. Doing basically not much, but there's some AA, which is going to have a fun time against that bomber. Which is overhead, maybe a little bit too long. Is it going to survive? It is on 26 health. Is there any more AA in the group on the ground? Oh no, there isn't. Does come back for another pass though, and it is inevitably going to run into that guy and die a horrible death. There we go, popped out of this guy. Okie dokie. In the middle, and now have some reinforcing units for Unknown, and he's good to decide to push on forward again. Got his comm ready to go. Let's see, these guys have pushed on down here. They've taken out another mass extractor. Getting killed by some bombs though. Pop they go. They still is job done. Absolute job done. Krista? Sorry, not sure how to pronounce your name, my friend, but I'm going to say it's Krista. Thank you for the follow. And now we move to the middle where Javi is a little bit surrounded. Got a bunch of Thams firing down on them, but not enough to kill them. They drop back. They just want to stay alive. Unknown could do with starting to scoop deal with his commander. Being inactive could do better by doing stuff. Have a look at the eco though. T2 mixes for Unknown. Compare that to the T1. So we're seeing tech again. And Javi calls the GG. He hasn't lost the game yet. It's a very early GG for very early on in the game. I don't think he's doing as bad as he thinks. What makes him think he's doing bad? Or is he thinking he's about to win? No, he's got the units in the middle right now. He's got his commander in support, so he could maybe pinch this if Unknown's not paying attention. But his commander stopped, and now he's not doing a heck of a lot. There's a supporting army coming in from Unknown. He might have been able to catch him there if he was paying attention, if he knew what was going on. But the longer he leaves it, the worse I think it's going to get, based on the fact that Unknown has T2 land. They're going to be Ilshivs rolling out that soon, and that will be a problem because there is no counter tech. Okay, maybe he's seen that. Has he? Well, he hasn't seen it, but he knows it's gone T2. So he does know there's T2 on the field for Unknown, and he's beating a bit of a retreat with his comm as well. Alright. Picking that down here, still hasn't got upgrades on the eco, still sticking with the T1 spam, and that is not going to be his friend. Here we go, still T2 engineers coming out. I imagine once that is done, they're going to switch up to Ushivas. I would have probably switched up to them already. Let's go. I've already got the NGs out. More than enough. And in the middle we now see forces on forces. Javi still standing around with his comm, trying to blap away on the units whilst Unknown is further behind. If he can kill off a bunch of things, he might be okay, though that is a lot coming in on him, and his units are quite static, taking Zooey fire. These guys all decide to fall back in the face of command presence. Unknown still standing with his comm, but the longer Javi leads it, the worse I think it's going to get. Has done some successful raiding, got his units up here, cut off that, has knocked out that expansion a couple of times, owns this one, and does have a point defense helping out. And in the middle now, he finds himself a wee bit isolated with his commander, and yeah, Unknown spots that and promptly moves in with a large band of forces, and this could be Javi right here. Com is doing the loop-de-loop, trying to knock down units without getting hit by the Zooey fire, but he's down to 7,500, and Unknown is right beside him, very full health, and with very many more units coming in. Javi also has his own units rocking on up, but he's not looking terribly healthy right now, and Unknown is going to push in the advantage. And I think we're about to see the ejection of Javi. Stands still for a moment too long, takes a bunch of Zooey fire to the face, and just loses a bunch more health. You see Unknown is standing tall and strong, and Javi is basically out of this one. So there we go. Throws out the GGs. There's really not much more he can do. His commander is gone. He's going to have extra issues as well. I mean, the T2 was done, and issues could have been popping out at any point. Behind in Eco, behind in Tech. Probably was his last gamble to try and take that middle fight, but he did not get it. Alright. Unknown progresses through, and whilst Javi drops out. Okay. Now then. The next battle, and the final battle on Oracle. So this is still the losers bracket round 2. Remember, the losers of this actually drop out of the tournament. They are gone, whilst we have the winner progresses to the next round. And this final game we are having, it is going to go down between a pair of people known as Tom Ruler and No One Cares. Hey, that's not the right replay. Excuse me. That is not the number I put into the box. Apparently that is the number I put into the box. I have duplicated... Oh, hello. I think I put the wrong number in the wrong place. Give me a second. No. For some reason, I did put the right number in, but it has given me a broken replay. So this is a different replay number. Hang on, give me a moment. I just need to quickly search this one up. Bear with me. Sorry about this. Maybe I've got a broken number or something. Either way, it's giving me the same replay with two different numbers. That does not sound right. At least I know who we're looking for under the map, and there it is. Okay, sorry about that, folks. So, the last battle on Oracle, the round 2 of the losing bracket. And it is going to go down between No One Cares and Tom Ruler. So up the top here we have No One Cares. He is in Aeon and Snot Green, and his opponent today is Tom Ruler, and he's remaining Aeon as well in grey. So we see we have Factory, Pigeon, Mixes, and we'll see if engineers come out to grab all of that. So Aeon versus Aeon. Right, we're just going to have a gander at this guy's opening build. He's building lots of power, so I don't know if he's going for the Hydro or not. Either way, just going to watch this for a moment. We've seen enough of the map, we know what it's about, we know what the guys are about, and really it's just the opening build order that you might want to see. So Factory, Power, more power.
engineer out to maybe grab reclaim. Yeah, grab a little bit of reclaim on the way to the hydro. Just help out with the early stages. And more engineers out, so maybe we'll see more reclaim, though all onto the mixers. Then onto more power. Okay, makes a little more sense. Check out down here, well, we've done a similar thing. We've got a couple of bits of power, some reclaim into the hydro, and then into the air factory. Commander is finishing up and going to stand there and think about his next move. His next move should be walking somewhere. Off you go, mate. Have some fun. In the meantime, No One Cares is continuing to increase his eco. More pigeons going up. We have a pause because he's run out of power. Running out of power. So he will be able to finish that off quite calmly, I think. A bit close, but the hydro is done. Alright, we have some raiding units on the way. A couple of flares, a couple of spirits, just to keep an eye on things. And we see Tom is finishing off the mass extractor over there. Okie dokie. Hydro done, more power on the way. There's going to be an air factory, another land factory. More units coming out, some defending Auroras with a spirit tagged on. So probably the more counter raid than raid, those ones. Auroras running a little bit slower, but they will keep engineers alive quite well compared to flares. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3 land factories. I have an air factory with surrounding pigeons planned, so give a nice bit of adjacency to keep the costs down. And these land factories, well, one's going adjacent to the power, one's going adjacent to the mix. Odd decision, maybe I would have moved that one over a couple, just to grab the mix adjacency as well. See, like this one is doing, it has all 4 and the 5th one, just helping reduce costs. Right down here we see Tom is on the way with his commander, just doing some expanding work, keeping things alive. No One is being a bit slower with the expansion, is finally getting an engineer over this way, though he is grabbing a reclaim. Along the way he has a mix planned. We check down here and well, the reclaim is actually already gone for Tom as well, so he's been quite proactive with that. Getting the reclaim out, getting the engineers out, and that has put him well ahead on the eco thing. And No One Cares has actually walked straight past this mix with his comm. I am confused. Has he just not seen it? Has he never played this map before? It's on a postcard. That guy's doing it. That's right. And the comm is on the way to the front. We're going to grab some of this reclaim. Compare that to the other side where Tom is moving up here with his comm to claim the area and defend it from units. Bomber out from Tom. So he's going to go hunting for units. No scout going with it, so it's going to be a blind fly around to find... Oh, there's a scout. Sorry, I take that back. However, we do have a couple of defending interceptors in the air for No One Cares. Question is, what's going to happen first? Well, the bomb usually happens first. And we could see this guy go down. Let's see. Nope, trying to find something. Scout lands on the ground. Not a great place to go. No scouting if your scout's on the ground. Doesn't work. Interceptors are out, so the bomber has been spotted. It might get a kill on one NG. In fact, it does, but the interceptors are going to roll up behind it. And gets a good turn in. This guy might die, actually. Dodges, survives, and the bomber goes down. So, unfortunately, not hugely effective, that bomber. Only gets the one engineer, which means leaves this guy alive to carry on the mission. Expansion remains. Huge amount of raiding going on. This is a whole bunch of flares. I think there's an Aurora in there somewhere. There it is. Which is in the path. So it's actually slowing down all the rest of the things behind it. Still, these guys come over here. They'll make a quick rampage of that section. Single defending flare is not going to do much against that. But we have a counter push. Pretty much the exact same thing from No One Cares. Units up on the top, moving over towards this expansion to slow it down. Up here we see that Tom has moved his comm all the way up. He's ready to grab that. Hasn't grabbed the reclaim, It has grabbed the mass extractor and I don't know where he's going. He wants to grab that. Well, fair enough, that's 340 mass. He could come up this way, although he's got an engineer there protected by a couple of units just in case of raids, and it's going to grab the reclaim in the middle. And it's going to be quite safe doing it, nothing in the region to slow it down. Okay, over here, up in the side, we have engineers on their way to their doom. That is going to be a terrible time for those guys. Back to see it dies off to gets kill a flare. Second engineer going to go down, another flare. Well, same flare is going to get a second kill. There we go. Let's see that guy. 2 kills for him, he's happy. Unit diverted, they have seen that happen. They want to go off and kill things. In the middle though, this engineer is getting a good amount of reclaim. He's having some fun, and Tom's comm is just chilling over there. Heck, I might as well move it back in, mate. Come in and try to steal some of this reclaim over here. Because, you know, it's there. Why not? Just remains in beside that little pond. On the right hand side, we can see what happens when flares come up against auroras en masse. The auroras, if they can fall back and stay at range, they will take out the flares nice and easy, but if the flares get in close, it's a little bit more of a different story. And without radar, auroras have to fall back. Middle is under control by Tom. There's a band of units coming in to support this engineer who's decided to sit still, despite all this reclaim being available. Might as well go for it. Up here there was an engineer trying to build a radar, but it gets swarmed by these guys. And that is pretty much the end of that. Factory going down for no one cares, right on the edge. Hey, might as well. Grab that, start popping out some NGs, grab some of the reclaim. Let's check out how things are going. Oh, a couple of auroras down here, having to go with the mass extractor. Why not? Nothing to stop them right now. They'll just keep on going. Let's see, do we have... Oh, there's one mass extractor. Mass extractor. Don't trip over your words, mate. Is on the way for an upgrade, going quite fast. We have any upgrades over here? We don't. So Tom, who's already ahead on the income, is actually grabbing more. I think he's got more reclaim. Just a little bit more reclaim, but he's put it into mass extractors, which has assisted with his eco getting up even further. And now he's grabbed these two with his comm. Has been factory spotted up there. I don't think it's going to be too much longer for this world. But this little happy band of units over here is doomed. There is a much larger force of auroras, and there's a spirit with them, so they've got their radar. They'll be able to plink these guys off at range. What are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 spirits, a couple of auroras. Yeah, they're going to be dead men. Down go the auroras. Started to twitch as if they had a target, and now the flares obliterated out of existence. In the middle, well, Tom needs to be a small bit careful. Has got a few units up here, but that's a sizable band. More units are pouring in from no one cares all the time, but we could say the same for Tom. He's got units rocking on up. Okay, factory is taking out a lot of fire, but these guys are about to be sideswiped. No, they're not. As see it coming, they move out of the way. Up over here we see a small hold from Tom. He's got the expansion, few defending units, not a huge amount, but enough to deter a small raid from blocking that off. These guys are moving on through, and engineers here getting picked off nice and easy as you like. Didn't finish off the factory, but sends a few units back to do exactly that. They will take care of things, I imagine, quite happily, quite easily. Enough to do the job. Alright, checking out here, and it is no one cares walking with his comm in the direction. Has a bunch of units coming in. That's a terrible place to land your aircraft. Whoopsie. Don't do that. Units here have performed a cut-off maneuver, so if they move in there, they'll stop the reinforcements rocking on in, and that will leave whatever's here with Tom to defend against no one cares, who does have these coming in. Right. All these factories are sort of popping out more auroras. Do we have... T2 air, and that's Mercies. Oh dear. So Mercies are coming out from no one cares, and there is... Oh, there's some interceptors over here. If the Mercies are spotted, they can very well stop that run, or they can hide behind some T1 ground anti-air, because that will get the job done as well. Mercies are notoriously weak. They are the literal definition of glass cannons. They have 10 health. They do a huge amount of damage, but they just get popped out of the sky so easily. And we see T1 bombers over here doing a job on these raiding ground units. A good use of those. But the Mercies are building up, so No One Cares has decided he's going to go for the Mercy snipe. The question is, can he complete it? Sorry, excuse the throat clearing. On the ground, if they get spotted. How's his air? Well, his air's good. Picks up a bomber. His radar's okay. He wants to keep those alive. And Tom has zero idea they're there. He should know there's T2 air because he has scouted that and has gone grey. So if you've scouted something, and it was T2, T1, and it goes to T2, it goes grey like that. So you know that this structure is no longer T1. It has changed. How many Mercies has he got now? 4. Now, I forget how much damage Mercies do. Let me just double check that. Kamikaze, 2,400 damage. So, to kill a 10k com, T2 on the ground, we have an Asylum. So, to kill a 10k com, you want, well, 5 will kill this guy. My math is correct in my head, it is. So, 5 Mercies to kill a commander. That's all you need. And they're on the move. Has Tom seen them? No, he hasn't. He just happens to coincidentally be moving his air in the right direction. There's a Spectre out, so he has seen that. And these guys are going for something. Where are the Mercies? Oh, they got spotted. And the Mercies taken out. 1 left, none left, and so I'd say Tom spotted those because his com's in the water. In the water, 100% safe, and that is a heavy, heavy loss of eco. Mercies are not cheap, and to have them all just get wiped like that. And now there's a Spectre just getting plinked away by a single interceptor doing laps. It's a frustrating angle. However, No One Cares is still in a reasonable map position. Doesn't want to run into this thing though. Want to drop back and not waste units on there. Getting a gun upgrade on the com because why not? And we had T2, there we go, T2 land and T2 air. Swiftwinds are coming out, Obsidians are coming out. You're going to do a serious amount of damage. Range upgrade will be handy. He is well behind on eco. Put a lot into those Mercies. If it had have come off, then he could have won that very well. However, T2 air on both sides, so maybe not so much. Raiding units coming down the left. They're going to run into blazes. Sorry. I saw obsidians. Okay, obsidians as well as blazes. So a bit of a mix going on just to try and keep both things sorted. The blazes should do very well against all these guys. In range, you can see the damage just start pouring off them. Having said that, there's a lot of Auroras and they are doing some good damage to them. Pending bomber in the area as well though, it's going to help pick off the units and yeah, now we're seeing the effect. Gun range upgrade is done for No One Cares. Should we speed? Yes, there we go. So we're going to hit Tom in the mid from him and that's going to be his answer to all this T2. And he is going to need to be careful. Stopped. Decided he has enough. Thrown out some flak from there, so he's focused on T2 land at the moment. See some Auroras just ready to float around. Now, Obsidians can't hover. The Blaze can. Okay, Tom is starting sensors. So he doesn't want gun, he wants sensors instead. But these guys have rocked on in range and aren't shooting at much. They're just slowly dying off to units that are coming across. Sitting gets a couple of kills. Gun up speed upgrade is almost done for No One Cares. So it's going to be a gun com versus an army with supporting units. I hear... Oh, there they go. It's came down here to knock off one mix, and then they're fleeing the scene after their raid. The air's going to be a little bit too late. Not going to reach in time. And same thing going on down here. Single Spectre is going to clean up these units. Not much they can do. It took out the anti-air first, so hey, free state. Is coming back in that direction to try and take it out. But go gun upgrade for no one cares. Does he have power and overcharge? Well, he's got. No, he doesn't. Doesn't have power, doesn't have overcharge, and he's gonna want both if you're going to make a true gun com out of that, especially with T2 units and Obsidians in particular in the region, and that's a lot of anti-air. So Tom was paranoid, absolutely paranoid about the 31 T1 AA. Really paranoid about those mercies, wasn't he? Still, he has just one air, that is all of the interceptors down for cares, which leaves him with just ground units, so he could actually start putting his own air and start doing some air raiding, and he'd be fine. In the middle, Guncom is in residence, but no radar. There's a radar here. He can show a bit of distance, but honestly, he needs to get overcharge. T2 shift there on the land factory. No T2 mixes to support it though. And still just the power, I think. Now, I don't know what time this game was for these guys. I know this open invitation started about 3 o'clock in the morning for me, so it wasn't so good. And this game was about an hour after that start, so these guys have played a few games, played a couple of games at this point. Maybe their concentration isn't as good as it might be. Playing a bunch of games in a row really does take it out of you. But now we have a mass T2 push from Tom Ruler, and that looks like it is going straight for no one cares base, although it does pause to kill off that, and Spectres do rock on in, but there's a whole bunch of Swiftwinds and Inties in the area, and they're going to help things out. Over here though, we see no one cares is just having a whale of a time against these poor T2, T1 anti-air units. They can do precisely nothing against a Guncom who's just mopping up. On the right though, these guys survive, and well, now interestingly, see, Tom has gone for the sensor upgrade, which means he can't go for one of the gun upgrades that that no one cares has got. That's an Oblivion. He could have tanked that. He could have just walked up and killed the engineer and knocked that out. He's got the health to do it. He's got some regen. He's got a rank of veterancy. He'll be fine. Over on this side though, we see the T2 is making a push towards no one cares base. He has got T2 finally here and can start spitting out some of his own. But something that might stop that push is a T1 PD. Walled off, and Blazes, well, they have a very flat trajectory with their fire, so T1 PD actually does okay against them. What on earth is that? Is that the, who was? That's the QAI mainframe. The beam going up into the air, and in the middle, that's a lot of T2, and Guncom or no, you want to be a bit cautious there. Overcharge is your friend. You definitely want to have it by this point. He still doesn't, oh my word. Honestly, if you're Guncom, you must have overcharge. Otherwise this kind of thing's going to happen. Nothing. And he's going to walk into a bunch of T2. He's going to take a whomping amount of damage. Doing so for very little gain. Didn't kill a single unit because of the shield. Overcharge would have sorted that. Overcharge, but his base has other issues in the form of hover in the middle of it, killing off the engineers and killing off his eco. Do have some air coming out, but the factories are in danger. His power is in danger. T2 air factory has got some issues. Oh dear. And like I said, just the slight lack of concentration at the moment, and these units just loiter behind while the blazes move on up. Still no overcharge. Would have been a massively different story. These units were dying like a shot,
You'll get ranks of veterancy faster, you do more damage faster, take less damage at the same time. And now they can get away. But this is the problem. Power is going down. Factories getting damaged. Air is overhead and no one cares, throws out the GG. Control cases com. Yeah, he just didn't seem to be... I think he was tired. I think it's probably really early morning for him and his mental faculty was just simply not there. But either way, he is out of the tournament and Tom Ruler moves on. Okie dokie. Let's see, that was game number 18. Now then, I can probably do one or two more depending how long they go for. But, we are moving on to game number 19. So round 19. And it's still a best of one at the moment. It's not till the next round that actually starts making best of three. Let's bring up the next match. Alright, so back into the winners bracket we go. This is Kento, the loser of this game, drops into the losers bracket. They're not out of the tourney just yet. Well, then the winner moves through to the next round. So, winners bracket we go. And we say hello to Open Palms. And it is the players today. Today, the players for this round. We have Reactive up here with his com. He's Cybran, he is blue, facing off against Blinchik in purple Aeon. Both players grabbing the factory for the double adjacency and 2 P-gens. So that looks like a very common start for Open Palms. Let's have a look-see over here. Indeed, similar type of thing, double adjacency, mixes and P-gens, and first engine will probably come out to grab the Hydro. Or maybe the Reclaimer on the base, because there's quite a bit of it. Have a look-see this. All these rocks aren't actually labelled, but they still are reclaim worthy. Alright, so see their factory first NG is pointed in this direction with the command walking soon after. In fact, he's cancelled the Pigeons as old Blinchik. Now, I don't know if Blinchik's a guy or a girl. Chick, girl, no idea. Either way, they're a really good player. Doesn't matter about gender. And anyway, they have cancelled the Pigeons and are walking the comm upwards. So they're going for the Hydro. Maybe the second engineer that comes out will grab some of this reclaim to float the energy a little bit. Whereas over here, we can see that Reactive has committed to the 3 Pigeons first. And maybe been using the engineers to reclaim to keep the eco afloat. Either way, it's what they've chosen. Then they go for Hydro. That's lands, more Pigeons and air. Up here we see it is a single Hydro, then air, some Pigeons, then air, then another land factory. So yeah, similar starting, although we have some raiding units out from Blinchik already, wanting to head on up and see if they can maybe pick off some of these NGs. That's kind of what you want to do. So we see here it's a apparently it's a fairly standard kind of build. You get out some NGs first, get a couple for build, get a couple for expansion, then you throw some defending units for each of these expanding NGs, followed by a couple more NGs and support units for them. So because raiding is so common, and the question is this raid going to work? They're coming over to the right, defending Mantis moving over. I think it's going to be close, but I'm pretty sure. Scout stops off, Flare runs in, Flare meets Mantis, bit of micro, dodgy. Nice little attempt, but I don't think it's going to quite work. The Mantis is just firing too fast. Oh, so close. Great effort from the Flare, but ultimately does not get the job done. Down here we're going to see the same thing again. The Flare comes in, the Flare runs into Mantis, the Flare does dodgy stuff, trying to tweak and twerk and twist and turn. But down to the yellow, and the Mantis rolls back to stay with the engineer while the Flare runs away. So a couple of raid attempts and they were just completely blocked off at the start. And that's a waste of time. Spirit firing away at this T1 mass extractor can't even out damage the native regen the thing has.
Now we have a bomber out from reactive. Is that being defensive? Does he know the... Yep. Signature's there, it's known. Out come the bombs and down goes... Ooh, dodge from the flare. That says, yeah, nah. I'm gonna live. I'm gonna live today. For now. For the moment. And it just keeps being a dodgy little bastard. But the Mantis is coming in along with the mole, so it's not going to be too much long before it goes down. Having said that, the bomber is trying, although I think it's just given up. And indeed, in comes the interceptors of that bomber. Is not long for the world. Over here we see what happens when you don't have defending units, and the engineer gets a finalized reclaim off there. So I think the Mantis did kill a defending unit because it was low on health, and the engineer gets a reclaim off and just manages to survive through all of that. Alright, Commander is moving off to the right to claim this expansion, while sending some engineers and units out to the left to claim those ones out. Alright, harassing going on here. That flare gets a kill. I think it was just a mole, and then it gets picked off by a couple more Mantis. Tries to be dodgy weavy again, but does not succeed. That's the end of that guy. That's the end of that harassment. Alright. Mantis trotting on down is going to run into an Aurora or two. Got an Aurora, got a Spirit. There is an Engineer, but there's another couple of Auroras. Is the Engineer going to die is the question. Was that planned as a block? That was planned. That factory was slapped down by Blinjik as a block on the Mantis killing the Engineer. That was actually really good reactions. By slapping down the factory, it blocked the shots from the Mantis and kept the Engineer alive. Which is what he desperately wanted to do, because that Engie was the most furthest one over. But having said that, we have some raiding units coming in this way that is going to run afoul of a bunch of Auroras. There are 4 Mantis behind, but the moles go down first, and there's a bunch of Auroras right here. They're ready to defend, and these Mantis decide, you know what, not today. We're gonna fall back. Now the Mantis trying to get through is going to be picked off by a bunch of Auroras. Did kill off a scout, but you know, it's probably not worth it. At the back here, this guy is finishing up these mass extractors and throwing down a radar, factory, and a point defense. Common expansion tactic. Mixes, point defense, radar, factory. Sorry, that order. This gets you in the zone. Down here we see the same thing. Mixes, point defense, radar, factory. And that's a factory from his opponent. So that's kind of ambitious. I don't think... What? I don't even know what unit's trying to... Oh, it's Commander. Okay. Maybe not so ambitious. I think the Commander can maybe pull that off. If he's not surrounded by too many units, that is. But, bold strategy is how it goes. And similar here from Blinjik. So Blinjik's moving up with their comm. However, there's already a point defense in place in that expansion, whereas there's yet to be one here. It is on the way up though. So I don't think the Commander's going to make it in time, especially as they're going to have to be cautious of these units here. Alright, grabbing both Hydras. We have the factory down. Probably put down a radar and or PD. Got a distance build going on here to grab the plateau. Distance build going on there as well. So both players have similar ideas. Wanting to claim the ledge and doing it by distance build rather than drop. Okay, up here we see Commander is pushing on up. Might not want to do that quite so much. This PD is on the way. If he can slow the Commander down, let it help it get built, that will be a huge assistance in holding the area. Be able to kill off Mantis at will. So Commander is moving on up. Don't let that Engineer die, whatever you do. Can they finish it, or will the Engie go? Engie has him spotted, and the Mantis turn and is gone. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. There is a couple of Medusas. Their shells would have simply rolled on over and killed the PD for very little resistance. Unfortunately, this is what happens. Aurora's getting close with Mantis. Aurora's lose horribly. And of course the comms in the region as well. So I was never going to hold on to that side. On the flip side of things, we see Blinjik has basically done the same thing over here. A couple of fervors in the region. They're not going to offer the point defense, so
no loss there. And the commander is here ready to cut off reinforcements if they decide to move. They probably should, and then they can knock out the units. So expansion lost for reactive over there, expansion lost for Blinchik over here. However, I think reactive might be a little bit ahead. Commander's also pushing on that expansion and knocking off some units. These guys are still in residence. Drop up on here to claim the plateau, whereas there's a factory just about done for Blinchik, 75%. Looks like that engine's going to survive, isn't spotted, and up here reactive needs to be a bit careful. Auroras do outrange commanders, and if he stops to reclaim, he's going to be in some kind of trouble. Down to under 5,000 health is okay though. Up here we can see that Blinchik is rebuilding with their commander, just picking up the mass extractors first, so but is getting pushed down the middle now, so reactive is pushing left, right and centre, trying to keep Blinchik just off balance a little bit, and it's kind of working. We have a bunch of engineers up this way and more engineers coming out of the factory, whilst we have combat units coming from Blinchik, so one needs to take care of that. Finishing up the 4 mixers, could throw down a point defense right there, some already built walls just to be nice and handy. And what are we going on the left? Well, yep, the longer Blinchik can deny these expansions to reactive, the longer it will take for their eco to get up, but that's not great. Aurora's getting caught in close quarters by Mantis, terrible time of that. See, still a group on there. Now, Ludwig, I mentioned about these guys, and you see they have a red circle. They have anti-ground capability. It's not much, really not much, but it does some ground attack. Not much damage, very slow, but it's there. It happens. See if we can spot it happening actually. Probably not going to get a chance with the Auroras, and Ranger's going to die a horrible death being on very low health. Moves on up. We're going to see some shots come out. There we go. Firing away. There's another one. They're actually firing away at the ground units. So there you go. You asked for AA that shot to the ground, you've got it. They are not effective though as a ground combat unit. Just a tiny bit of extra DPS. You cannot use them as a mainline ground unit, you have to use the Mantis. But there you go, they can support. Alright, groups going on down here. We have a gun upgrade planned for reactive. Not a bad choice in the current situation. And over here we have Blinchik, nice and healthy. Could probably go for gun themselves. Or maybe T2, either way. And up the back here, oh, these guys need to move. They can just roll on it and kill off this eco. Engineers doing a patrol and patrolling exactly the wrong way. They are doomed. Okay, reactive has had to stop the gun upgrade because of this. If reactive sat still, then these Auroras could just tickle him to death from range without any kind of reply. Cannot loiter, has to fall back. Let's check out the what's going on here. We have a T2 mix there from reactive. I don't see another one. Do we have any eco? Well, not really. Do we have T1 spam for days? We do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 13 in factories spitting out units. Compare that to down here, we have a similar number. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 13. Yep, pretty much the same number. And a couple of air factories. So, similar ground numbers, similar spam coming out. Still no upgrade on either con because reactive had to cancel theirs. And over here we see there's been a drop. Just trying to stop the factory from building. A couple of Mantis in there trying to do their thing while the engineers do their thing. Air comes over, knocks out the transport, but not enough. And there are supporting ground units coming from that factory over there, so this ledge is not a hold for Blinchik. However, Blinchik has claimed this one. They've knocked out that. Okay, so looking very left versus right map at the moment. You can see that Blinchik actually has the back here as well. So maybe map advantage to Blin. Right, there go the gun upgrades. Blin starts with theirs on the way. Reactive go there. So the Aeon commander
while they have 2 gun upgrades, you know, they have to get the range and then the speed upgrade, they actually cost less. So we see 500, 1500, and then 500, 1500 again, so a total 1000 and 30,000. If we have a look at the gun costs for Commander, is a bit less. So it was 1000 and 30,000 for the Aeon Com, but the Aeon gun gets the longest range. More than any other com in the game, you get that range upgrade and your com will be quite a happy man. Was that a reclaim or an attack order? I don't know. Either way, the NGs don't get to finish it, and this bomber is going to survive a little bit longer. Single AA in the area, trying to knock it down. It's going to get some more bombs away, and the mass extractor does go down. So range upgrade is done. Speed upgrade is on the way. Compare that to reactive, and he was all gunned out, which is kind of necessary. If you're using your comms as frontline units, you need gun upgrade, especially against Aeon. You need that extra range because of course Auroras will outrange your gun com if you do not have any kind of upgrades. Sorry, yeah, it's just range. And so these units have been killed off by bombers, and a drop done by reactive to grab the area back. That is all she wrote. There are some more T1 RD floating around there just looking for targets of opportunity. They've knocked off a few mass extractors because hey, why not? Things go a little bit quiet. Have a look at the echo though. Is Blinchik really that far ahead, or is it reclaim? No, that is a true 83 income versus 43, so Blinchik is 40 ahead on the income stages. That's not looking great. The reactive, however, that's a massive force and you can do a lot of damage with that, especially with a gun com in support. Right, these guys are moving back. We had T2, or an attempt at T2 anyway. That's an Oblivion turret. If that goes up, it will be a huge help, but they're going to need to help keep it alive with the assistance of these guys. Do have a T1 PD down here. Is going to maybe just cause a bit of a slowdown. There is artillery in the mix, so only a gradual slowdown. However, that's going to be a huge help. Presuming there's radar. So Oblivion turret will start knocking out units at the will. Commander wanders into range, overcharges the point defense goes down, easy days. But now we'll get these units over. I know you don't want to get in range, but you're going to have to do something before this all goes away. 2 Oblivion turrets will help the numbers, but you've got to get your air, got to get your units over here to help shoo these away. Oblivions will keep the commander at distance because they do a good amount of alpha damage, but that's not what's going on. Up on the other side we see the counter push from Blinchik. Guncom of their own and supported by units. What's that? No, still T2. Sorry, I thought maybe there's a T3 upgrade going on, but no, that's still just T2 land factories. Power going down under shields because why not? Alright, what is the way to take out? Well, there's T2 land factory for Blinchik popping out obsidians. Gonna need them, and still just T1 air. T2 power is going up. Alright, up this way though. Blinchik wants to fall back. That's a lot of units pushing their way, and while they do have a bunch in support, there's T2 in the mix as well, and that's a scary amount for a commander with just T1. Did I have overcharge? Yep, overcharge, yep. Both have overcharge, and we're going to see these units start being picked off like that. Exactly what needs to happen. In the middle, however, that's a significant number of units. Blinchik is aware that they exist. Has got radar somewhere, there it is. So, he's being a bit cagey, being careful. And, look, more units pushing up the back. We're going to see another wipe of this section. So the constant pushing and raiding from Blinchik, that's just irritating. See, we're going to see the factory go down, going to see the mixers get destroyed, maybe the engineers as well, and then there's another push coming on the left. So units were pulled back by reactive, who is maybe being a little bit reactive to Blinchik's com being around here alone.
No support. Well, support's close enough, I guess. Can run away to it. Should be alright. Up on the back here, though, we see these guys have done their work, and this band is trying to get some work done, but runs into a counterband from Reactive, including Hoplites. Hoplites are really good against T1, especially the long-range Auroras. They have the range to match, if not more, and they can mash them out in groups with their rockets. Alright. T1 bomber comes over here, drops some bombs on Blinchik, who promptly ignores it. And I'm not sure what they want to do. How's your radar? Well, your radar's not great. Can't quite see what you're shooting at. I'm going to take out the mass extractor because, hey, why not? But aside from that, don't have the radar to really push properly. In the middle here, a large band of units from Reactive up on the plateau, but they're not going to get a lot done. Obsidian's in the weight, got some shields, and plenty of T1 to keep them a hold, and it's looking like a gradual fade from Reactive, who needs to pull something out of the hat here, I think, to actually get back into the game. Still working on the T2, still behind on the eco side of things. And now an engineer has come up here from Blinchik to grab these mixers and the reclaim. That's just cheeky. Push on the left, and it's looking fairly... No, I'll say Blinchik's maybe got that. So they decide to fall back in the face of some T2 fire from a couple of different regions. And holding there on the right hand side. Blinchik does not want to get caught out. Com is around, but so is Reactives. And this is a massive battle just waiting to happen. Command is being cagey, trying to clean up as much units as they can with overcharge and long range shots. But right here, not looking too good. So they kind of both want to and not want to focus down on the enemy's commander. If they do, and the commander gets away, it's a lot of units dead for no reason. And they'll just leave a whole lot of reclaim and units alive. So here we go, the cagey battles begin as a bunch of T2, and Blinchik needs to be a little careful. It's all T1 supporting, and these are T2 units, but that's point defense going down. That's rude. That's hilarious, but rude. In the middle we see exactly what's happening. Units trying to push in to clean up some of theirs, but the commander just sheds them off. On the left hand side though, complete rollover of this position, and now these units are free to wander on up and threaten the base, which means Reactive has to pull the units back to try and defend against it. Honestly, I don't see what they've got up their sleeve. If anything, there's no kind of snipe, there's no kind of units, there's no kind of tech. That's still just T2 there, and it's all just units pushing in. Cerberus turret going up, maybe a little bit too late. That power goes down. Going to be a bad time for Reactive. Shield does, but the power lives. How much are they floating? Enough. They could lose that T2 reactor and be okay. But right now, absolutely pinned in, and there's not a lot Reactive can do. This has been just pressure all around the map from Blinchik. They have absolutely outplayed in this game. And barring a, well, I was going to say a mistake, like wandering in with your commander into a bunch of enemy T2 units, I think Blinchik realizes this as well and is very much on the retreat. Doesn't want to risk losing the comm to a silly move, and possibly just in time, because here comes the T2 push. I think Reactive has figured the same thing out and is now moving over to try and clean up what they can. Wanders into range of a T1 PD, a couple of overcharges take care of that, and the units are a go. In the base though, in comes Blinchik to wipe that, so all Blinchik has to do is retreat with the comm, stay alive, and that will be all she wrote. A good little game there from the two of them trying to do their job, but having said that, there's a lot of T2 coming Blinchik's way. What have they got to defend? Well, it's a bunch of T1. Having said that, does Reactive know
No, reactive has no idea where Blinchik's comm is. Maybe if they did, they would push all the units directly at them. As it is, they can only just keep guessing, and they go. And here we have... It is a lot of T2 on the ground, so once again I do think Blinchik has to be careful, although in come the T1 bomb spam to help soften things up, and these guys are in residence to keep that going. Numbers are falling in for reinforcements. Enough reinforcements is the question. Is Blinchik going to get out of this? T2 units are focusing down, Commander is focusing down, and actually that's not looking great for Blinchik, surrounded by T2 units, dropping health quite rapidly now. Oh dear. Oh dear. Blinchik did actually get caught out. They had won the game. Oh no. Look at the map. Blinchik had done everything right, and that's why they didn't have so many units. They'd shifted to T3. But Blinchik got absolutely caught out there. Not enough ground to hope, needed to get units in front of their comm to keep the comm alive, block the units from reactive, but reactive, last ditch effort, pushed everything to where they hoped Blinchik's comm would be, made the right call, got the units around, and then succeeded. My word, that was not expected. Look at it, look at the map. It's all purple. The entire lot is purple. That was so well played by Blinchik. So well played indeed. They even had T2 air as well. Could have put some gunships in. You'd hate to lose that game if you're Blinchik. Honestly, you've done everything else right. Just that one final getting caught side of thing. Units in the wrong place to help defend. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear indeed. But that is how it goes sometimes, and that is a win for reactive. So reactive moves through to the next round. Okay. I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing, close that down, but I'm going to check the next game, and I will check the length of it because I am feeling a little rough. I'd like to get to game 20 because, well, you know, it's game 20 of the lot. It'd be a nice round number to stop on. Bear with me just while I load up the details. And, okay, we'll do it. It's not an hour long, so I'll be okay. But here we go. I'm going to make this the final game of the night. It is going to be game round 20 of the match. It is, of course, in the winner's bracket still, so the loser drops into the loser bracket. The winner proceeds to the next round. And today, for our final round, we are going to see this Jagged Appliance and Burgundy Siren facing off against Orokoroko in Orange Aeon. Couple of double adjacency planned there, one lane factory, one air factory, wanting to get as much mass saving as possible for those. Alright, we'll have a look at the, looks like a standard open build for Jagged, single PGen followed by mixers. Down here, similar thing, PGens and mixers. Give me if I just have myself a drink. I am absolutely... I've been talking for like 4 hours straight. You ever tried that? Oh my god, it's harder than it looks. Alright. Here we go. So, that is Oroko's build at the start. Looks like it is a couple of PGens followed by the mass extractors, another couple of PGens and the air factory. First engineer out is going to grab some reclaim, then be on their way to the hydro. Couple of raiding units out just to make sure either they're going to raid or just prevent raids going through. Let's go, maybe a prevent. No combat units out from Jagged just yet, although that's a mole. May see a mantis follow on. Yes, we do. So we're seeing that build again. Where you have a couple of engineers out for building first, then you get some defending units, and sort of just repeat that pattern. Get an engineer with a tank and a scout defense, engineer, tank, scout defense. Although about to stop building. I think that'd be a mistake if you stop building. And there we go, so you see Mantis turns up just in time to shoo away the raiding units, and that's interesting. Is that planned from Jagged to not build there? I'll be surprised. They haven't said that. What time of the day is it for them? Mantis is having a bit of a roam trying to catch the flare which has gotten away. Flare has got a kill, but I'm pretty sure it was a mole. Yeah, it's a mole. Not an engineer, and that is fine. Right, building has recommenced. Now that the two factories are up. Air factory going up down here by the hydro. Same thing planned on here? Nope, because there's an air factory back here with a bomber. So bomber planned from Koroko. Wow, I've actually gotten used to that name. Happy me. But bomber coming out, and that is going to be a hassle if it wasn't for the fact that Jagged guesswork or knowledge is getting an interceptor out. Bombs away. Interceptor away. Are they going to cross paths? Nope, interceptor is going to loiter. It's going to wait for the bomber to come to it. Not a bad idea. In fact, there's a scout out, which means Jagged is going to spot that bomber every which way from Sunday, and there's the inti up. Engineer's going to do a dodge, I would say. Oh, no. Bomber hangs a right. Tries to stall to let the interceptor overshoot, but gets nothing done. So there's some excellent play. Defensive play from Jagged. Koroko tried to be a little bit aggressive, did not manage it. And now we have a Mantis down here, running into a couple of flares. They micro a bit, which lets them win the battle. One flare for one Mantis, good trade. Down here we saw Mantis try to run on through, but all they ran into was a commando. Keeps going like that, it's going to happen again. There we go. Mantis one flare, but commando really got the kills. Still, hassling going on everywhere. Right up here we see a couple of Mantis just sitting still, parked up and waiting. Flare runs into range and probably dies. Not the best choice. There's an Aurora floating around too, that could do some damage at range, but one Mantis turning up, and that is going to be there. Spirit on this side runs into another band over there, so they're just helping to protect this engineer from any kind of raiding that might happen, which is pretty much exactly what went on. And that's a small tiny air fighter over there. It's going to go a bit of a Jagged because his interceptors were in a nice little group. Though having said that, a late one turns up, bags the kill. Scoot out of the way, join that one over there perhaps. Yep, looks like he will get on the move. A bomber comes flying over, which Koroko probably saw to that spirit, but Jagged has taken the fight to Koroko up here with the interceptors, so possibly going to be distracting. Or has the bomber been spotted? Or yes, it has. There's an interceptor coming over. Bomber's here trying to find a target. Where's your target? Get your bombs away before the interceptor turns up. Oh, the interceptor has turned up, and now you're boned. Tight little turn, but the interceptor stays with and takes bomber down. Doesn't matter. It's some Mantis, and they're going to finish off the job anyway. Right, we have a sneaky run by over here. A few Mantis and a mole have gotten past. I'll be able to take out that mass extractor, maybe even rock onto the back and kill this. Although there's a pair of Mantis doing exactly that over there, that side too. Jagged is right up here with his comm, and he is denying this expansion here, going to deny some units. On the flip side, we see Koroko doing the exact same thing. Comm is moving up, maybe attention just a little bit elsewhere at this exact instant. Maybe this air battle trying to win it, which looks like he has done successfully. But now, comm's on the move again, has secured his excited expansion, as has Jagged. Single spirit down here tickling away at a mass extractor. We know that's pointless. It regens faster than it can damage it. Up on this side, Orko walking up with the comm, and that point defense gets done. It's going to cause some issues because I don't think they would have overcharge just yet. No, don't even have power. Definitely on the stall for that, where you see Jagged is doing much better with eco balance. Both bars kind of around half full, maybe stalling a bit on power. That can be rectified with. But flip that over to Orko. Orko is stalling hard. Why are they stalling so much? God only knows. Factory's going, not putting enough power, and now their rear expansion has been overrun as well. And up here we see that point defense has already paid for itself, saves its engineer's life times. Okay, expansion lost, expansion lost, mix lost, middle under Jagged's control. And is this commander walking in towards the base? I think it is. That's an interesting choice. Question is, can they do enough damage before they get shooed away or killed? Jagged is down here with their comm, and alarm bells should be ringing. Should Orko get right into the base, but no, they decide to fall back. Maybe they don't want to sit by all that production. Up here we can see, I can hear, there it is. Single Mantis having a whale away at a base extractor. That's going to go down for a free kill. Our bomber is out, going to say hello to this band over here. Drops a bomb in a good spot, could kill a bunch at once. Doesn't drop a bomb at all. Probably going to have a shot there. Interceptors are out though, dragging the bomber is dragging the interceptors while the defending ones from Orko come on and sneak up behind and do some mass damage. However, and turn from Jagged turns the tables and actually wipes the air wing of Orko. Now there's just this little spirit over here, Aurora is actually having a great time. It's just been plinking off these mass extractors at range, so Orko is well aware of the PD being there, but not much else. In the middle, Orko is about to be overwhelmed. Ballsy pushing up with the comm, and now surrounded by a bunch of Mantis, losing their own Auroras, and well, if the Auroras loiter around, they can help thin out some of the numbers, and Orko could survive out of this. Having said that, losing a lot of health pretty quickly, there is a fervor, which is going to undoubtedly help a great deal. Those ID shells coming in will clean out. Numbers down to 4,000 health. Oh, I don't know, it's going to be a close one. The rank and veneracy will absolutely help out. 1,500 overcharge. Overcharge is a great blessing right now. 2,000 health, but only 5 Mantis left. It is very much close. Very close indeed. 1,000 health, another overcharge. 900. Are they going to survive? 500. This is going to be a close one. Maybe just enough. 200 health, and comes an Aurora to help. 100. Oh my word. Gets out on 100 health. That is as close as it gets. Well, I haven't said that. I have seen closer. But honestly, at this level, that was incredibly close. One more Mantis during that entire exchange would have been the difference. One Mantis difference. But now, Orko is basically out of the game with their comp. They cannot afford to use their commander for anything else right now. Maybe if they got some upgrades, maybe if they got some like maybe gun upgrade or something to help defend. Radar going up, a good plan. You can see if the units are going to rush. Have the time to decide what to do. Where's Jagged's comm? All the way over there. And he's pushing up on this expansion. That's little PD has just been so good at denying the area. Hasn't let Orko push in at all. Alright, up here we see Orko is still falling back with the comm. Can't afford to be caught out front, so moving on back. Bombers overhead doing some damage to this roving band. This roving band wants to be careful they don't walk into range of these PD, but they're not. They're walking behind, and they're going to be able to pick up the factories and the engineers. Engineers definitely factories. Maybe there are some bombers overhead and some Mantis rolling on in, but Oriko trying to push back out to the left, and even while they're doing that, the right hand side is getting beat. More pushes on the right from Jagged as well. So push on the right, push, hold on the left, and a push perhaps to help clean the units. And that's not looking great for Oriko. Jagged has a very solid hold on the map. And Oriko can't even use their comm for anything. Because of the low health, they will die pretty quickly to a swarm of units. Bomber comes in to kill the radar because, hey, radar is great for Aeon, unless their Auroras actually use the range that they have. Oriko pushing out to the right, doesn't have much of a choice, has to use their commander to try and slow this lot down. But there's a bunch, and as soon as they realize, I'm sure you'll see them swarm down to the comm. But all she wrote, do we have the interceptors overhead, so Jagged knows exactly what Oriko's comm is, and just maybe trying to bait them out a little bit. And I don't see... oh, Jagged's comm is right there. Being defensive, and it's all T1 spam, left, right and centre. And now we're going to see Oriko, maybe not. Looks like these units are planning to pass on by. Try and lure them out of position whilst these Mantis have a good go at the rest of the base. Oriko, of course, on 2,500. Does have a single rank of it, so regenerating not so badly. And not too far off the next one. And there we go. This is the binds change. And we see units now steaming into Oriko's base. Now we've got a single PD here, which is going to have a fun time once those Mantis roll into range, or if they roll into range. I don't see any Medusas in the mix from Jagged. It's all just Mantis spam. Mantis all day, every day. That are fire beetles. We don't get to see the beetles. Oriko Control K is out of the game. Knows it's over basically, and come on. Never that close. Would have been a Beetle Bash. Beetles to finish off. But there we have it, folks. That is game number 20. And Jagged Appliance moves through to the next round, and Oriko drops into the losers bracket. Okay. I did have there were another 5 games in this bracket in round 3 of the qualifier, but I'm not going to be doing them tonight. I'm sorry. Still, it's been 4.5 hours of casty goodness. There's a lot more to come. Once again, I am away on Friday, so I might squeeze in an extra cast on Thursday night, just to wrap up this open qualifier for your viewing pleasure. But that is going to be me for tonight, so I'm going to say GG to you all. Thank you for hanging out. There is more of this qualifier to come, and I shall see how we go. But for tonight, that is going to be it. I have talked to myself a little bit raw. Thank you, Migda. Appreciate the thought there. Definitely more to come though. So there's another 5 games in the third rounds, then there's a 4th and 5th round and the finals, which turn into best of 3 games. So it's probably about, after this, another 20 or so games left to cast as well. So as said, they might get longer as the challenge goes on. You get a bit more even players against each other. So I think I've got another day or two's worth of casting set for the rest of it. So thank you for hanging around. Thank you, folks. I am going to go rest up this very rough throat of mine at the moment. Take it easy. Have yourselves a good day, morning, night, whatever time zone you're in. Take care, have fun, and we'll see you again.